They went
this differently.
for it is just genocide. It's fine.
That would just be called war. That's just how war turns out. Because the Amalekites decided to attack first. I mean, it's kind of what happens whenever you attack someone.
Really?
Yeah, they did attack first, yeah.
So World War II, right? But so like if 300 years from now, Japan nuked us, you'd be like, oh yeah, we're at war. That's fine. Right?
Yeah, well, we've already settled everything with them. They didn't settle anything because they kept sinning and they attacked them. That's the thing. So the Israelites are God's people, and they work.
Sure.
And God works through them to like I guess you'd say
slaughter and do genocide. I mean, like the word when you go in and take out the children and chop them up, it's not war anymore. It's genocide. That's just the word for it. It's okay. Like like that's a semantics thing. We can call it a bubble bath for all I care. They did a bubble bath to the Amalekites. I don't care, whatever you want to call it. But it lists out all the people to kill. And I don't know why you're bringing it up. This is a terrible like thing for you to bring up. Usually our side, like the atheists bring this up, is look at how gross Yahweh is. But I don't know why you brought it up to show that like other gods aren't real.
Well, no, I brought it up because the Amalekites were bad people. That's all I brought it up for. I didn't bring it up.
Awesome. So were the ancient Hebrews. Everyone back then was dog shit, like for sure.
Sure, if that's what you want to go with. But
God says that even. God agrees with me on this. He's like, these Israelites have forsaken me again. Like he doesn't like them either.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, the Israelites have definitely done bad for sure. I agree. They have definitely done bad, and God has turned away from them.
Yeah, and do you think it's okay to genocide people, to kill all their children if they do bad?
If it's war, I'm not saying that.
You do?
Hold on,
kill children?
Hold on, relax. Chill. Listen. Hold on, you kind of just cut me off in the middle of my words. Listen.
You said it's okay to kill children. That's why I was like startled by it.
I was saying.
Sorry, my emotions took over, but go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, as if I was just going to talk. Listen, so hold on. I'm gonna pull up that war practice. It was literally a war practice that they were trained.
It's like harem or something like that.
I don't think it's that. No. Let's see though.
The word's similar to that. Harem or something like that.
Let's see.
David famously took out entire, like when he would go to an area, he wouldn't like keep people alive. His thing was like, we're gonna get the men, the women, the children, the elderly.
What does POSFF mean? What does that mean?
It's when someone's like a piece of shit, fuckface.
What did I don't even know what I did. I don't get what I'm calling. I don't get what I'm being.
So here's some verses about David. Let's see here. David attacked them from twilight until the evening of the next day. Not one of them escaped, except for 400 young men who mounted camels and fled. So this is the camels, people running away. David recovered all the Amalekites had taken. Oh, this is such an interesting story, by the way. So you know how when, like you're saying, the Hebrews, David's in charge of the Israelites, and the Amalekites are so bad. And so the way that the Hebrews deal with it is they absolutely wipe out everybody. They destroy everything, even the animals. But the Amalekites don't do that. They do fight with each other for sure, but there's this story here. This is in 1 Samuel chapter 30. The Amalekites make a raid on Negeb and Ziklag. They attack, they take the captive, the women, and all who were in it, both small and great. They killed none of them, but carried them off and went their way. And when David came to the city, he sees that they're missing and that the buildings are burned down. And so then they go and they wipe them out and they get all their stuff back. When the Amalekites do it, they're doing like war. They're like, okay, here's the fight. They came in. The Hebrews came into our land and attacked us. By the way, the Hebrews were just walking through, and the Amalekites were like, "We live here. We're in Negev," and they were like, "We don't care. We're killing you," because God said to take their land. And so the Amalekites are defending themselves, and they actually, when they go and like take over a spot in war, they keep the women and children and the non-soldiers alive. The Israelites don't. They kill all of them.
Yeah. Read Deuteronomy 25:17-18. Just read that real quick.
Remember what Amalek did to you on your journey up out of Egypt. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. How he attacked you on the way when you were faint and weary, struck down all who lagged behind you. He did not fear God. Therefore, when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your enemies on every hand in the land that your Lord is giving you as an inheritance to possess, that's what he's saying. This is when God's saying, like, you're going to go conquer, like it's like a conquest, right? Where they get to go like do these land grabs. You shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek under heaven. Do not forget.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have to end this, but I got Divine Liturgy to go to. Are you going to be live later or no?
Yeah, ask him about this. Ask him what find the verse where the Amalekites are sacrificing children to Baal. See if they can find that for you.
All right, I'll see. But are you going to be live later or no?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be up here later. It's only going to take like 2 hours to do Divine Liturgy.
Okay, I might still be here. We'll see. It's so weird. Like I'm saying, we weren't talking about the Amalekites. That was really weird. like normally that's our side who's like, and by the way, don't forget the Amalekites. And then we bring up the story and they're kind of trying to avoid it. But like we were talking about mythology, and he was like, well, by the way, I just want to bring up that the Amalekites got wrecked. All right, here's our next guest here. We have Cork. Hold on, Cork, 1 second. Joel, are you back with us?
You look paused to me. Oh, there you go. You're back. Hey, were you reading out of Deuteronomy, the Deuteronomy passage about the Amalekites?
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, what's kind of interesting about that is, like, you know, the apologetic where they say, oh, the Amalekites, they were beating up on these people the whole time.
Yeah.
Like they were fighting them constantly. He had to get rid of these guys. For those 400 years, they were fighting them the whole time. But what you get is in Exodus 17, you get, well, they had that little skirmish. Mm-hmm. The Hebrews won, and then God said, I'm going to blot them out. And then in what Deuteronomy 15, what is it?
25.
25. It goes, just a reminder, remember what happened there. It's been 40 years. We're still going to get them back. Vengeance is best served cold. So they're going to forget.
Yeah, it doesn't say that the Amalekites came and fought them again. It's like, just before we get too far away from that moment in history 100 years ago, remember it, write it down.
Remember it. We will be getting them back.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. We're just going to say. So they do, like, later in Samuel, there are times where there more skirmishes, and this is because the Hebrews are expanding their land out, right? Like they're like stretching out south into Negev, which is where the Amalekites live. They just live down in the area, and they're like, let's go get that land. So it's not just them; it's all the people around there are all at war with each other because the Israelites are trying to spread out and everyone's trying to defend themselves. So it's real, like literally just like, what's the thing when you have, like when you play victim, is that the Israelites went up and like started poking everyone, and then they're like, oh, you're fighting us. Like you came here.
Yeah. You're bullying me.
Anyways, Cork, what's your age and religion?
Torah.
Oh, Joel, you have to leave?
Hello?
Sorry, it's kind of like, that's my best friend, and I haven't talked to him in a really long time, and I'm just, kind of excited to get to chat with him, but then Keeps breaking my heart just leaving again. So, but what's your name? Cork?
Yeah, Cork.
And how old are you?
19.
What's your religion?
Christian.
All right. Well, what did you want to talk about?
Yeah, the Amalekites. Like, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with the Amalekites?
Yeah.
They were just like, everyone in that time was like kind of fucked up. So
Yeah,
they had a lot of problems, I'm sure. It just doesn't really like say what they were doing that much, you know.
What's wrong with the story though? Like,
Which story? We've been talking about like 12.
like, do you think it was okay?
Which one? There's like 12 different stories of the
What happened
Amalekites
to
we've been
them?
talking about.
You know. Well, do you think there's anything wrong with what God did?
That they got genocided?
No, that wasn't a G-side, bro.
What was it? When they are you talking about when they? You got to like be a bit more specific. I'm not sure what you're talking about. When they attacked the Hebrews? Yeah, I think that was bad of them to attack the Hebrews.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that
So
what
they
you're
did not get G-sided. It was a retaliation.
Oh, well, they fought right then in that moment, and they retaliated in that moment, and they beat the Amalekites, and the Amalekites left with their tail between their legs.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then 16 generations later, they came and killed all their babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm against that personally. Like,
What's wrong with that?
I think chopping toddlers in half is immoral. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, of course, but what makes that wrong?
Do you disagree with me though?
No, I agree.
Yeah, okay. So we agree.
Yeah, but what's wrong? Can you tell me what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I think that if we're going to live in a society or in a world where we want to be able to like explore the fruits of our abilities and live happy and safe and protected and feel like our loved ones aren't in danger, then we should frown against, slaughtering toddlers.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
That's what I just said. Did you hear it?
Yeah, but what's wrong with that? Like, there's nothing like...
I just explained it.
Yeah, but what's wrong with what you explained?
If you do that, then you can't do the things I just said.
Yeah, and why do we need to do those things?
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah, so
don't. Yeah, I'm saying I want to do all that stuff. I think most people want to do all that stuff. I don't know what's wrong with you if you don't want to like feel safe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, bro, this is subjective.
Yes. Subjective. Yeah, it's subjective. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in your opinion, it's wrong, not objectively.
Right, and yours too, right?
No.
Oh, it's not your opinion that's wrong?
No, it's God's opinion.
Okay, so why is it wrong?
Love thy neighbor.
No, I mean, why does God think it's wrong?
Don't kill innocent people.
Okay, so God thought it was wrong to command the slaughter of the Amalekites? That's why he did it? Because they were neighbors. Remember, they were neighbors? They were neighbors? The Amalekites and the Israelites? And the Israelites came and killed their children.
Yeah, but your neighbor's not innocent.
The toddlers?
Yeah, I don't know. You're just yapping.
It's 6:19, top of the hour here, Atheist Sunday School. Ask me why I walked away from God, or just come up and defend genocide for no reason at all. We're not really talking about it, not the topic of the day, but if you just want to come up and try to defend genocide, knock yourself out. The last couple guests have. What is happening? What is happening? What a fun way to to try to handle the Amalekite problems. Be like, it's just subjective that you think it's wrong. And then we say, so why is it really wrong? And they say, because God said to do it. If God is the objective arbiter of morality, it's not wrong. It's the appropriate thing to do was to chop toddlers in half. What a strange stance to take. Anyways, hey, if you're a Christian or really anything, feel free to jump up into the box. And it's Atheist Sunday School. So if you're an atheist or on a deconstruction journey, jump up and say one thing. You get to say a thing on Sundays, and so you're welcome to come in. And I wish you guys could see my fucking cat right now. She's like all like splayed out, all cute with her paws like this. What's going on with Joel is that he was missing, and we got a interesting call. Wait, Benny, did you just block somebody? What was that about? Is everything okay? Checking Discord. Like where? Hey, Olivia, welcome in.
Hi, Mezzo. Good to see you. Love Sunday School.
Okay, 1 second. I have to read this. Oh, this guy was just doing like a rage baity kind of thing. Yeah, don't do rage baiting, guys. Just do pleasure baiting. Have a happy bait. Like, why does that have to be so ragey? Okay, hey, well, how are you? What would you like to... you're an atheist, right?
I am an atheist.
Well, you get to say one thing. It's Atheist Sunday School. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so my one thing was, you know how Christians talk about hell as being like the absence of God or being away from God?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I thought that was bullshit, but after the last couple weeks of like you and Joel being away, I'm starting to feel that fear inside me, and I'm really worried.
I've been here. People keep saying, like, I'm away. I've been here still. Joel left. I'm, like, honestly, I could probably do this on my own. You know, like, there's a lot of people have kind of been saying, like, maybe we should do a solo act, or Joel could be a bit more behind the scenes, kind of like do writing type stuff, and I would be, like, the face of BBDs. He was suggesting something like that just because honestly it seems a little better. You guys don't miss me. I mean, I'm here.
Well, see, the thing is, like, you definitely do have the face to be the face of it. But the thing is, like, I was out there looking for you. Like, I opened my heart. And is it really my fault if you didn't come in?
In your heart?
Yeah, you know.
That's like, deep. That's very deep to think about. I don't look. I'm not gone is the thing. So get out of here, Olivia. Oh, this is crazy. I'm like literally live right now. Hey, Joe.
Hello.
Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Oh, I'm an atheist, and 21st of June.
All right. Well, you get to say one thing, though.
Yeah, I just want to ask, how do you view religions putting down women and, like, the burning of women in honor of God?
Not a fan.
Thank you. At least someone agrees with me.
Yeah, it's like it's just a really dog shit practice that they used to do, and you know, they got rid of it because it was horrible. But then they kept it in the book as God saying to do it, even though they know it's horrible. Yeah, it was stupid.
Yay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Wait, I guess I should ask you back. What's your opinion on burning women alive? For or against it?
I'm definitely against it.
Okay,
And
good.
I see so many people, especially Christians, basically ignoring the fact that Christians used to burn women in honor of God. And, like, I just wanted to ask how you viewed it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an atheist too. I think it's the worst. I'm with you. Yeah, you're right, Joe. You're right. And congratulations on
too.
having the correct worldview. You nailed it. Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming by. Now we're getting some requests up here. Let's see here. We got don't come up looking for Joel. He was here for a second, but we're still not sure where he is exactly. We're sniffing his trail out, looking for his Cole Hans. Luna, hi, welcome in.
Hey, Mez. Happy Sunday.
A happy Sunday to you.
So I just I had a question for the Christians if they're listening. I wanted to know, so like in the time of Noah, when the flood happened and there were still sea fish, like sea animals and ocean animals, like what happened to them? Because they can still survive in the ocean, right? But also like the millions of people that died, that now their bodies are like scattered everywhere once the water subsided. Like what were they just like stumbling over the bodies of all these millions of people who died? Like what happened there?
I mean, I imagine they'd be pretty waterlogged, so they'd kind of like, you could just kind of squish them down after that long. Also, I guess the fish would eat a lot of that, but yeah, there's a overabundance of meat in the ocean, right? Like there'd just be a bit more than they could handle. Although, yeah, I don't know, sharks were just probably living it up. They were like, this is great. I think like the other weird thing is that there are, freshwater fish and saltwater fish. And when all the water mixed, it would have killed a lot of the fish, actually. Like a lot of I don't know if it probably would end up being salty. If it like rained that much, the oceans would take over because they would rise, and that salt would probably kill off a bunch of the fish, I would imagine.
Right, true. And then my second question that kind of like piggybacked off of that is, if Noah and his family were the ones that God chose to save because, I don't know, they were upright, he was an upright person or whatever, why didn't God send any of the babies on the boat too?
Oh yeah,
Along with
God
them.
loves killing babies though. That's the thing. It's like his favorite thing to drown is infants and
Right,
stuff.
true.
Yeah. And little like puppies and kittens and baby raccoons, of course, too. I imagine also that like otters could survive. Like I know it's a long time to swim, but they kind of just get in that back float. Like there's probably some other mammals that would have been fine.
Yeah, I guess he didn't think about it all.
It's 40 days, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean like ducks and stuff probably would have been fine. Anything that can kind of like float.
Or
Yeah.
fly.
Well, you can only fly for so long as you can land on the water, right? So like all the water birds and stuff would be fine. It was
Yeah,
a
they'd have to
year.
land on the ark somewhere.
Oh, it rained for 40 days, but the flood was there for a year. Okay, yeah. Otters maybe I don't know like if they would drown or not. I have no idea. I don't know what happens to
Yeah,
otters.
and like how lucky for the animals that did make it on it. All the others are just, too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Like they go and there's like a pride of lions and they just get two of them and all these cubs are like, why are you taking our mom and dad? What's happening? Bye. You're going to drown. Like fucking,
Wow, what a
it's
shitty
worse
thing.
treatment than Tiger King. Yeah, I'm with you, Luna. You're right. Congratulations on having the correct worldview. Keep doing your atheisms, okay?
Thank you. Bye.
All right, take care. Yeah, there must have been like, sea lions, things like that can swim for a whole year. If you can float, maybe they'd be fine. Also, there's going to be a bunch of trees and stuff that like are uprooted. So if you find a good like lot or like people's houses, if you find a good like thing to sit on that you can rest on, you could probably survive a year, to be honest. But I don't know. We have to try it. On the next season of Survivor, Noah's Flood, Zatits, welcome in.
Hello.
Your name is familiar. Have we talked before?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I'm 37.
Okay, yeah.
I can't find my Crocs, so maybe I'm going to convert to Christianity to pray and find them.
I don't wear Crocs. I wear these orthopedic sandal. They're kind of Croc material, but they're really thick. And
those are nice.
Yeah, they're you have to buy them on Amazon under like it's like physical care therapy, like it's for after surgery. It's like those type of shoes you're supposed to wear, and I've been wearing them for months.
Are they comfy?
They're the best. I can't take them off. They're so good. Yeah, they look a little like the Kanye shoes, but they're not like covered.
Yeah, they're not like the full on. Yeah,
I wear them with socks, and I go pick up my kids with them. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to go to the gas station. I can't find my Crocs, so
yeah.
Well,
Well,
maybe God will help me.
Yeah, what would you like to say today?
Oh, I'm just gonna say my one thing and leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dang it, I was going to do the one thing joke, but it's bugged. And I can't leave on my own.
Oh, you were going to say one thing?
Dang. All right, well, let's try this again. I'm going to say one thing, and then you kick me. And
okay, I'll do it. So
one
would
thing.
you... tried to... Okay, I did it as fast as I could. Barefoot is legal. Coral Reefer, thank you. Hey, Emmy.
Hey, good morning, Mezzo. My one thing, I'm an atheist, and then I'm over 18. My one thing is actually a question for you. I don't know how California is because I'm in New York. So this time of year, leaves are changing. The weather's getting cool. It's fall. It's like we're in fall, and it's such a good time of year.
I have an undersleeve on. Did you notice this?
There you go.
It's like, because in my garage, it's normally 9,000 degrees, but it's morning. It's actually, like for the first time, I'm chilly on a live this year, and it's so good. It's so
Doesn't it feel good like when you get to like cozy up in all the comfy clothes?
Hoodies. Like some people don't like wearing two pairs of pants. I do. Like I like long johns and then like jeans over them or something. I actually really enjoy that.
Ladies will get this. The ladies will get this. Fleece-lined leggings this time of year is supreme.
The inside is fleece?
So they're super warm. Yeah. And they're really soft. They're great. Yeah, they're the best. But my one thing is actually a question for you. So this time of year for me, my daily routine is like watching a horror movie followed by a Gilmore Girls palette cleanser. So I'm curious, like, is there something right? Like, yeah, it's like the perfect time of year for both of those. So I'm curious, like, is there like a movie or a TV show or something that you watch like in the fall every year that just feels like fall to you?
I don't think it's like specifically fall. Although I did put on a little bit of What We Do in the Shadows last night, because that's a good kind of Halloween time show.
Is that your favorite Halloween show or movie?
God, that's a really fun Halloween show. I really enjoy that show a lot. Maybe I'm not like into vampires or anything, but they really nailed it. Like it's so fucking fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have any specific like, I don't watch like Pumpkin Spice the movie or whatever, but yeah, that's probably as far as Halloween goes, man. Yeah, Nandor. And you know what it is my kids have been watching this show called The Thundermans, which is like a Nickelodeon canned laughter, sitcom about superheroes. And Guillermo, which I don't know if you watch What We Do in the Shadows, but like that guy, the familiar, is in that show. So just seeing him again, I was like, oh yeah, he's so funny. It just made me want to watch it again. So we put on a little bit of that. But
is Pumpkin Spice the movie? Is that the Hallmark movie about the Starbucks barista? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
falling in love with like a small town.
A pumpkin falls in love with a spicy latte, and they get together and hook up. And it's a
gotcha. So,
yeah,
it's the birth story.
They spell the name wrong on the cup, so it's a missed connection. Ships passing in the night.
Blumpkin Spice. Yeah,
Blumpkin. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah. I don't know. So yours is Gilmore Girls? That's your favorite Halloween show?
Yeah, it's well, I wouldn't say Halloween, but like fall.
Do you watch
fall
like
just feels like
gory?
Gilmore Girls.
like
Okay.
scare, like gory stuff.
I'm not a slasher fan. I
Yeah, I'm
don't
not really
like
into
just
it either.
watching gore for the sake of gore. I don't think that's fun.
Yeah.
Like I started watching Grotesquerie and it was just way too much gore. I like stuff that's a little bit more like psychological
Yeah.
thriller. Give me mind bendy,
100%
like
with you.
Haunting
Yeah.
of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor,
Yeah.
stuff like that. That really
Those
makes
are
you
all really
wonder.
good, except the bummer about all of those series is that they have these jump scares, and for me, like they're so creepy, they're so eerie, and the jump scare is so cheap. Like that's so like it's so like, oh come on, you guys didn't have to, like you didn't have to do that. It's already like spooky, and
I'm
so
also like, I like those kind of like cheap things though, because I'm a huge fan of American Horror Story, which is like, there's a lot of gore and stuff in there, and it's not so psychological, but it's very tongue in cheek, lots of
yeah.
like old school horror tropes, and it just like, it's really fun to watch. There's actually a good horror comedy that's only one season, called Scream Queens.
I don't know.
That is a little bit gory, but it's really funny.
I don't mind a little bit of gore. I don't even mind like a kind of a jump scare from time to time. But like if that's your main method, I'm not into it. I like Black Mirror. I like Twilight Zone. I like the ones that are a little bit more like sci-fi mixed with like psychological, you know, what the fuck is happening kind of things. Mind benders.
Well,
So yeah.
one last thing, and I'll let you get back to everything else. If you liked Haunting of Bly Manor and Haunting of Hill House, Archive 81 on Netflix
I think
is
I watched
also
that one.
really good. I thought that one was awesome.
Oh yeah, that one is good. I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, where
With
he's doing the
tapes and
film
stuff.
restoration. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's really good. Yeah.
That was a good one. I
Um,
like that guy.
Oh, I didn't-
Mamodu. Is it? I don't know his name, how to say his name, but I like him a lot. He's good. Okay, yeah, that's a good recommendation. I do like it. All right, thank you.
Cool. All right, thank you.
Bye, Emmy.
Have a
Take
good
care.
day.
Do your atheisms. I forgot to say to do your atheisms. Yeah, the jump scare. I just feel like a high school movie, like a high school student film, could scare you with a jump scare. You know what I mean? Like if if you're just watching it, they can pull that off. But to like kind of really creep you out in a way where you feel uncomfortable and like from an eeriness, that's a lot more difficult to do. So I appreciate filmmakers that can like pull that off. Yeah. Shriek. Jump
Hello.
scared. You shrieked at me. You got me. Oh my God. What's up? What's your age and religion?
I am 68 and I have no religion.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Just saying that interesting everybody walked away from religion. My mother actually, since the age of 12 to 14, she brought in probably just about every Western religion you could think of into the home to
Just trying
discuss
them all out.
what religion we're gonna join. And I just got so turned off of the religions. I just didn't like it at all. And yet you see all these people when you go out to church and you're trying to photograph down the public sidewalk, how they come up and attack you, and they're very violent. I just don't understand that. In addition to that, I don't know why Christians believe in a book that was written 532 years after the fact, has been modified so much by the Catholic Church. In addition to that, they really don't know a lot of that stuff is really true or not. Using the Bible as a circular logic or truth doesn't work. In addition to that, I don't understand why they believe in so many different versions of the Bible, and now we have the Ethiopian one. So,
All right, hold on though. You're only supposed to say one thing. These are all great points though. I think it's interesting. So you didn't end up like succumbing to any of the religions throughout your life, and so is that true? Right?
yes.
Yeah, and so you have like a really unique perspective on it. Because I've talked to, who my best friend, my star-crossed buddy Joel is.
Mhm.
He came out of it much later than me. I've been out for longer. And so when I see like, anything, I'm like, yeah, that's weird to me now. Like if I see whatever they're doing in a church thing, it's like, it's bizarre for me because I've been outside of it for long. And he's like still like more freshly out of it, within the past 5 years. And so he's like, still some of it is like, well, yeah, that's what you do. You eat the thing. But then he's starting to think of it more and be like, that's weird too. And realizing that like, this is all stuff that just like is so bizarre and pointless. And for you, your whole life, you've been looking at the whole world being like, what are we doing? Why are you guys drinking that stuff? Why are you on your knees when you pray? What's happening, you know?
Yeah. I just don't understand with all these other points. You can take them down to one point, but this idea that they really think that these people wrote it. I mean, how do you know that they're real, and can you believe that book when it's written approximately 532 years after all those events?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't, even if it was like actually written during the exact time, I still just don't believe in miracles. I need more evidence for a miracle than
Yes.
it being written down. Text is fine evidence for like somebody opened a door, you know, like something like that was the most boring action I could think of. Like something like that is like, okay, it's written down. They probably did. Maybe they didn't, but I have no reason not to believe it. But if it's they opened a door and flew through it, I don't believe the text anymore. You got to show me that people can fly. We have to see that now to be able
Yeah.
to, like, you know, accept it back then. That there were so many miracles back then, and now there just aren't. Isn't that weird?
But the thing is that every Christian thinks that everything's a miracle now. So a child gets saved from an accident by some guy. Oh, it's a miracle. And this blessing thing that everybody has, it's like, you're blessed. I don't even know what that means,
Yeah.
you know? So
Well,
anyway,
it's just a
I wanted
good
to-
luck curse. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
I just-
thanks, Shriek. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on having the correct worldview. I wish I had had it my whole life the way you do, and I hope you just keep on doing your atheisms.
Yep.
All right. Take care.
Sure.
Yeah, what a cool guest. What a nice guest we had there. Nice guest today. Let's see here. I started playing the background music, but I forgot the chords. I think I was just doing like a C. Oh, it was like. I don't know. Jag, welcome in.
Hey, Mezzo. Just a quick question for you because
You
of what
got
you were
it.
talking about.
Yeah.
You said that you've never really met someone who never really got their religion or anything like that. What about someone who grew up in an extremely religious community who never believed in it?
I mean, I have met people. Maybe I might have said that weird. I have met people who like went their whole life without being in it. It's just, I just am kind of jealous, I guess, or envious of their experience. That sounds kind of fun. But yeah, someone who was like a secret closeted atheist in a like heavy cult kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe I have. Is that you?
Yeah, and like the reason that I
Then
asked.
yes, the
because-
answer is yes. I have. I met you.
Okay, because I was gonna ask, a lot of people don't know a lot of people who've grown up in like really religious sects, TikTok sects, like sections,
Or
so-
both.
True. So yeah, I just wanted to ask you about that because
What like I mean, if you don't mind sharing, like what kind of a denomination or what sort of sect was it?
I want to say it was like either Mennonite or Amish. That was yeah, and then like, but we were in and out of it.
Yes. Wait, I think I've talked to you about this before. Is that someone
Yeah.
else? That was you. Okay, yeah. I remember that now.
No, yeah, and so like it's never
Yeah.
made sense to me, and so I'm always curious how it made sense to other people because it never made sense to me.
I would say though, like the thing about what the people like the Amish are doing is like closer to the book. You know what I mean? Like I think what they're doing
yeah.
is like it seems nuts to me a little bit, but if you read the Bible and it says give away all of your possessions and reject these worldly things, that they're actually doing it. You know what I mean? Like they're actually kind of like being a bit more biblical. I think that the like modern Christians who are using, like mega churches and stuff are cowards when like they read the Bible and they're like, we're not really going to do this though. We're just going to ignore those parts and stuff. I think the Amish are like hardcore, extremists. Not like they're necessarily dangerous, except that within their community, they are, of course, to like the women, especially. They kind of get shat on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Was that what you guys went through? Was there like a lot of misogyny and stuff?
Oh yeah, always.
Yeah.
I mean, even in normal society, there's a lot of it. Like,
absolutely.
So it's like inescapable, Yeah,
absolutely. But I do think that like when you have a like there's the greater patriarchy, but then in those things it's like there's literally a dad, like a patri. The patri of the patriarchy is like right there, and he's in charge, and he's in charge because he has the oldest dick. You know what I mean? Like that's why. And so it is a little bit more like on the nose, as it were. So it's even worse.
It's very much so that. It's very much so. It says I'm in charge, therefore I'm in charge. Simple as that. There's no questions. If you ask questions, you're seen as bad. You're seen as wrong. Yeah. You're isolated. You're more like there's more of a target on you. So for shunning and stuff like that.
And it says it in the book. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I hate it, but they're right to, if they think the book is true, that's what it says to do. Like they're
exactly.
Definitely nailing the book. It just sucks that the book is bad at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's all I was wondering, is how people believe in this stuff, because it's never made any sense to me.
On the Discord, Ashra saying that it says, my father was a secret atheist his whole life. Didn't tell anyone until I told them I had become an atheist. That's interesting. So I think that's a common thing that probably happens is people are like, I don't believe this stuff. But like, I felt that early on when I started to not believe, but I was just like surrounded by believers. I thought I was the only one having these thoughts, but I bet a bunch of them were. I bet a bunch of people were like, oh, me neither, but no one said it because we were scared to like bring that up,
That's so crazy because like, okay, the way that I was raised, my stepfather was a very mean man. Anyone who met him would say, I'm sorry, he's a very mean man. But then my grandmother on my mother's side was very the opposite. She was always, if you're curious, go learn about it. If I don't know the answer, hell, me and you are going to learn something new today, I guess. And so I never grew up with that, with the whole, no, don't ask anyone, don't ask questions, don't do this, don't do that, until I moved in like back with my parents, because whenever I was with my grandparents, it wasn't like that. I was able to ask questions and stuff like that, but with my parents, I couldn't. So it was really awkward. So I never understood the don't ask questions.
Yeah, I think like we were kind of weird where I was because we asked like questions. They were like, ask, but then the answer was kind of like, shut up, just do it. Like, of course, ask. Why can't we, have sex before marriage? Like, because don't. It says not to. Like, that's the answer is because don't. It says not to. So they were like, yeah, ask away. The answer is shut up and just do exactly what it says.
Which is ask away, but the answer is right there. Duh.
Yeah. So it was kind of interesting. It wasn't like don't really ask. Don't ask like to be inquisitive. Ask so that we can say out loud the rules again. That kind of thing. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for sharing that with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me, Mezzo.
All right, Jag. Take care. Keep doing your atheisms. All right.
Will do.
Jag, everybody. Let's see if I can do a little guitar. I don't know if we're in tune. I usually try to tune the guitar before I hit the go live button. Not so bad. Hey, Sherry. Sherry, are you there? Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm 40 and I'm Coptic Orthodox.
Cool. Did you want to have a conversation or something?
Yeah. So, I mean, you said ask me why. So why did you?
Yeah, I kind of like fell out of the belief, I think, for several reasons. Earlier we were talking about how I started to read other mythology writings and realized it was like really similar to the Bible. So that got me questioning, is this just another mythology? You know, because it's written very, like when you read Genesis, it's written similar to when you read the Iliad or something like that. And, but then I think a real big problem I was having was with, I didn't know it was called the problem of evil. I didn't know it was called the problem of unnecessary suffering or something like that. But I was looking around going like, why isn't God helping in some of these situations that it seems like he should be helping in? Why is he allowing for these terrors to happen? Literal terrorisms sometimes to happen that he should be protecting us from. And so that kind of like disassembled the idea, you know.
Well, if he's going to protect us, that means he's going to prevent people from doing evil. Would you say, is that correct?
Yeah, well, sometimes, like, so if someone is intentionally driving a car and they like purposefully crash into someone, that's like a really terrible, evil thing in my opinion. And, you know, to try to kill someone like that. But sometimes it's just like two people driving by and on accident, like they're not focusing enough or there's too many distractions, they crash into each other. And that seems like one that's like no one's trying to use their free will to do evil. Just like, you know, turn their wheel a little bit and go and make them live, protect them.
He
But
does that sometimes. But then it's sometimes,
right. That's what I was taught.
Yeah,
Sometimes he does. Yeah.
So it just depends on divine intervention at that point, and it's God's wisdom. Sometimes somebody could be texting and driving. They're not trying to crash into it, but that they're wrong for texting and driving, correct? So if just like a father with a child, if they have, you know, they're doing something wrong, they're not going to prevent every wrong thing that they're going to do. They're going to have to say, okay, well, life is going to teach you, right? I'll give you what's right and wrong. It's up to you if you want to listen, right?
Sure, but like sometimes like someone's driving and they just like have a stroke or seizure or something, and they're out of control and they crash into people. This is an accident. This isn't anyone doing anything wrong.
So is
but
this
people
the
still,
majority
Sherry, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
All right, go ahead.
Don't be rude. If something like that happens and the person that they hit is hurt, then like that doesn't make sense to me, because as you said, sometimes he intervenes. So to let that go through seems evil to me. I would stop it if it were me.
Yeah. Well, again, is that the majority of the evil in the world, what you're just talking about?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
So why does he let it happen?
Do we live in a fair world or do we live in an unfair world?
Unfair. So why does he let it happen?
Why did he allow his own creation to beat him and unalive him? That fair?
I guess for sins or something, but why does he let the person? This is the 8th time you haven't answered the question. Why are you dodging it?
I did answer the question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed. That's my fault. I'm so sorry. I missed it. What was the answer to why he let the car accident happen?
I asked because again, that's divine intervention. Whether or not he does protect sometimes and he doesn't protect sometimes. And I asked you then, and then I said, is that the majority of the evil in the world? And you said, no, it's not.
Okay, so I'm just trying to find the answer. So sometimes he does intervene. This isn't evil. This isn't an evil situation.
I know, but you're saying this is evil. You initially said that this was an evil thing.
Listen to what I'm saying closely. The person having a seizure crashing into someone else isn't evil if it's natural. But if God is able to turn the tires and protect both of them, and he doesn't, then he's the evil.
No, that's absolutely not true, because sometimes if you had a child, you would understand that not every single thing that they're going to do wrong, you're going to prevent them. You wouldn't do it as a father to yourself.
Yeah, so if I was in the passenger seat and my child was driving and they had a seizure, I would grab the wheel and turn it to protect them from crashing.
And who said that they
do
crashed
that.
and they were fine? People have crashed and they were fine after, right?
Sometimes people die in car crashes. Did you know that?
And
Sherry?
sometimes people live, correct?
Right, and that's why I'm saying why is it that sometimes God helps and sometimes He doesn't? That's
Because
the question.
we're not living in a fair world, and it just depends. You don't. There's something that you have. You have a 3-pound finite brain. There's something that you don't know that
It's
he
4
does.
pounds. I measured.
Thank you. So
Oh, brain? Sorry, go ahead.
my point is that there's something in the future of each and every, just like you can see your name from beginning to end, and you see that in a bird's eye view, you can see the M and the O simultaneously. You can't see your future. You don't know what's going to happen, but God does. And so when he does something, he knows what he's doing and he knows why he does it. So everything he does it for good. He won't do anything for bad. But you, because we're all finite and all of us don't know what's going to happen later on, you don't know.
Okay, so I guess then what you're saying is, in the situation where someone had a seizure and crashed into someone, and like their, the children in the back of this other car die or something, that like those kids had a bad future, and so he was protecting them by killing them with this seizure accident.
Isaiah 57:1 says that. It says the righteous are taken away from evil.
Oh, so what's the evil?
The evil is
we
in
don't.
this
It
world.
would.
Did
It
you not
would have
say that
come.
this
It
world
would
has
have come
evil?
later. So he protects people by killing them.
By taking, would you rather eternity in eternal bliss with love and no more pain, no more sorrow, no more, agony, there's nothing. Everything is beautiful. Or would you rather live in this world that has ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs, that is temporary? Their ups are temporary, their downs are temporary.
Yeah, I would rather live in heaven for sure. So then it seems like he should take all of us, right?
That's who said he didn't want to. That's why he did what
No,
he
I mean,
did.
when we're babies, everyone should die.
No, because he gives you this opportunity now for you to choose if you want
Not
him.
the baby who died in the car crash. They didn't get the choice to choose.
Again, you cannot say how that future of that baby would be. You have no position.
They don't have a
to say.
future. That's the point. So some humans, God lets have choices in a life, and some he doesn't, right?
And I already explained that. We're going in circles now.
No, this is a new thing. God is being unfair to us. Some people he takes right to heaven when they're a toddler. He lets the mom suffer who like misses them and doesn't help them, but he takes the baby. He should take everyone. It would be more fair and just and righteous to equally take all people up to heaven rather than letting some of us suffer down here.
So if you look at the story of Job, that would be the perfect example of what you're saying, because
Job was a grown-up, though.
Do you know what the story of Job is, though?
Yeah, Satan and God had a wager, basically. Satan said that Job would crack if you let me fuck with him enough. God says, go for it. Satan fucks with Job. They kill his whole family and stuff.
What was the whole point of the story?
To show that. Sorry, my alarm was going off. To show that Job was still good, even though like all of his family died and all of his stuff went away. Still had faith in God.
To show that to show God, do you still love me? That God knows everyone's heart. It's obvious, but Satan didn't. And so what Satan does to every single one of us is that he tests us. So when God allows some things to happen,
he doesn't do that to everyone.
I'm not.
You said what God does to everyone is he tests us. That's not true.
Actually, he does. He does do it.
How did he test
everybody.
Job's baby that died?
He tests everyone.
How did he test Job's baby that died?
It's the baby is not the test, right? It was Job's.
He tests everyone. So he tests Job by not testing his children.
He tests everyone that has age of accountability.
Okay, well that's a contradiction. Okay, so everyone who grows up gets tested, but he doesn't test the babies that die.
Because what if that baby eventually was going to leave and you don't know you don't know what that baby's future. What if that baby was going to get raped? What if that baby was going to do something
Then he should take them to heaven.
So he did take them.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Which
that's
means
righteous.
everyone who gets raped later in their life, he should have taken them to heaven earlier.
Okay, and then you guys would say, but he's so evil because he's taking away all these kids.
No,
So
we
it's like,
wouldn't,
either
because we'd
way-
be in heaven. We'd be in heaven with him going,
Okay,
wow,
but
that could have been
again-
really bad. Thanks for saving us.
Okay, so my point is that with God, okay, when he tests us, or he doesn't, like when the devil comes in and tries to intervene and tries to do the things that he's doing, he's trying to do exactly what you just did. You said, I walked away from God. So the devil tested you and you fell into the trap and you walked away from God. So
Phew.
that just goes to show where your faith was to begin with. You had no faith in God, right? You didn't trust him enough to stay in the midst of the testing.
That's so interesting.
He says, count it joy when you are tested, right?
That's so
He says,
interesting.
in
Did you
this
want to get
world-
back to what we were talking about now?
I am getting back to what you're talking about. I'm telling
It's
you.
just
in
that's
this
really off
world-
topic. You're kind of just
No, it's
dodging
not.
around.
It's all related, because it says, in this world you will have trials and tribulations, but be of good cheer, for I have overcome the world.
But that's not true to everybody. Not everyone
that's
has
the-
trials and tribulations. It's unfair.
Yes, and he actually pointed out that it was going to be unfair.
Right. So God's not fair.
He already, it's not that he's not fair. He says that in this
He
world
chooses
it's not fair.
he chooses that some children he's going to protect them from rape and some children he's not. That's not fair.
He gives
right?
the strongest battles. He gives the hardest battles to his strongest soldiers.
So some people he kills them before they get raped. And then other people, he waits until they're getting raped to kill them, because some people die during it, right? So he waits until after they've experienced the rape and then kills them, right? For people who...
Why is that scenario the only scenario? Why do you think that that's the only scenario? Like what you're saying is
it's just one. Do you want to talk about 1,000 things
that's
at
just
once,
a
or do you want to talk about one thing? Sure, it's a hypothetical that perfectly demonstrates the unfairness of God. It's fine if he's unfair.
To you, you don't. The reason why.
Yeah, so
you think it's
show me
unfair-
how you make it fair. How do you make it fair?
Because
That
to you, again, I have trust in that no matter what, God takes what the enemy meant for evil and he turns it for good. I don't care what anybody else says or thinks, because in the moment you can look at things and be like, this is horrible, this is horrible, this is horrible.
It is.
But then what happens? But God, whether this person lives, God, he gives you the peace that surpasses all understanding. And this is what he says. He says, my peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world gives do I give unto you. Okay? Let not your heart be troubled. Right? And then the people that he takes them into his heart, into his heaven, into his grace, into his love and compassion. So either way, whether they stay and they have trust and faith in him, they're at peace. Whether he takes them, they're at peace. Either way, God is good.
Right. So you also don't think it's fair, but you just say God is good. So even though you don't feel like it's fair, you say, but he says it is, so it must be, right?
The heart is a deceiver. So you're saying feel, and that's what the world tells you. Yeah,
Sherry,
the world
I'm just
tells you
trying,
the
what I'm
opposite.
trying to decipher here, because you're talking really fast and saying a lot of like church words I don't understand. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we can slow down, I just want to understand. So when there's this scenario where there's two scenarios. One is that a kid gets killed in the car crash, right? And you're saying that's because later they were going to go through some hardship that they couldn't handle. So God protected them by having them die in the car crash, right?
Okay.
And then this other kid that he saved from the car crash so that later they could get raped.
Not later. Why is that the same? That doesn't.
You said in the future they might get raped. So I'm saying, so like later, God's like, later this person is going to get raped, and that's going to be good
So he
because they'll
takes
go
them?
through that trial. So I'm not. No, he took. They both kids were going to, but he took one of them because they wouldn't be able to deal with it. But the other one, he's the strongest. You said he puts the strongest to the test. So the other kid, he's like, that kid's going to get raped. It's going to be great, and then they're going to get killed after the rape. And so you're feeling like that's unfair, but you don't believe your heart. You're saying, even though that's so obviously unfair, that's good that God is doing this, right?
What I'm saying is, sorry, I'm talking to you in a different language. How you are portraying your situations is a straw man argument. That's number one. Number two, all I'm saying is, if you're going to, let's generalize it a little bit. If someone is taken away from this world early, whatever it is, or whenever, whether it's, midlife, car crash, whatever the case is, he's taking them away from evil. Okay?
Yeah.
If this person,
I get
if
that.
any other person decides to go, if not decides, if this other person goes through something hard, okay? Yes? If this person goes through something extremely difficult and that person has faith and trust in God, God provides them peace that surpasses all understanding. So in the midst of the storm is not in them. What are you doing?
I'm going to draw this out. So there's one car here. It was like a...
I feel like you don't want to understand the depth of Christ's love. So it's like you say, ask me why, but then when I ask you why, you're just kind of...
Why what?
Joking around. But all right, that's fine. Go ahead.
So we're talking about two scenarios. I'm just going to draw them out. So there's two cars. And in one car, there's a baby in the back. And in the other car, there's a baby in the back. And they're about to get into a car crash. Not with each other, with just two different cars, because there's like someone driving in another car who, they're going to have a seizure. So it's a total accident, no evil happening. But what you're saying is down the timeline of this one and down the timeline of this one, that if this one does get in a crash, it's because something bad was in the future going to happen to this baby. So God protects them by making something bad happen now so that they don't get this bad thing later. And I'm just going to put an R here for they get like raped later. But now, because they died here, they don't get that later. Right? So you're saying that this is good because it protected them from that.
Who said that? No, because that's not right. They're gonna go either way. Eternity is already, salvation is a gift, bro.
Yeah, and then they would have died for sure. Like right after, here's like a skull.
And had they both accepted Christ, they would both go to heaven.
Right. Yeah, the baby goes. Well, the baby goes to heaven anyways, right?
Right.
Yeah, so they don't have to accept Christ; they just get to go.
Right.
So instead of getting raped and dying, they just die in this car crash, and that's great. So the baby goes to heaven. But in this one, I'll do like a check. So God does intervene and help them so that later down the road, they can get raped, right? And then die and then go to heaven. Right?
Or another scenario is that can happen because I've seen women come up and talk about their grape and keep the baby, and they come and they say, even though this is something horrible that happened to me, but I now advocate and I help other girls that go through that trauma, and I'm able to assist them and bring them out of their, of what they're going through, because I've been through the same. So God can use that grape, and that they can be advocates to help other people.
So that's what you're saying. He wanted. Yeah, I get you. So if that's this one, he wants this baby to get raped later so that it can help other kids who got raped.
Again, because when he gives his hardest battles, he gives them to the strongest soldiers.
Yeah, so he's like, this baby, if they got raped, they wouldn't like it. They wouldn't be able to handle it, and they wouldn't be able to help anyone with it. So I'm just going to kill them. But with this baby's going to be a great rape victim. They're going to do really good at that. And so I will prepare a guy. Yeah, they'll overcome it, and later. And so God is like, here, I'll orchestrate this rape, and then that all happens, and he uses that to his benefit.
It. Why are you putting that
he did right here because he saved them from the car crash.
No. He doesn't orchestrate anything. The devil is the one that orchestrates, and God allows.
Oh, the devil saved the baby from the car crash. That's interesting.
No.
So
the
God
devil has no good.
Oh, I just threw my pencil so
the
far.
Devil's nature. You're contradicting yourself. You're trying to put the devil as something good.
I launched that. It like stuck to my head and then catapulted off of it somehow. That was amazing. Okay. The physics at work. Okay. So yeah, I hadn't thought that maybe the devil was involved here.
Yeah, the devil only does evil things. He doesn't do good. Only God does good.
Right.
Devil does everything evil. Okay.
So does the devil cause this car crash?
The devil, if for whatever reason, I don't know who caused it, but not the devil caused it. I would say that it depends on what's the situation. Like, you have to give me a specific scenario. So if somebody's texting
the scenario
driving,
is
they caused the car crash because of their own choice, right?
No, it's someone who has a seizure. So the other driver of a semi-truck has a seizure, they lose control and they crash into this SUV. Do you think that that's the devil doing that?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. But whether
before you said it was God that just to be clear, you said it was God to protect this baby. So either Satan or God is protecting the baby.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. All I can tell you is that God is the sovereign over every single thing. There's no such thing as coincidence.
Okay, so then God is the one. Okay, he's sovereign over every single thing?
He's sovereign over every single thing that happens.
Like, he's in charge of everything that happens?
He's not in charge.
He orchestrates it.
No.
Who's in charge?
Okay. So, just like in the story of Job, the devil caused the evil, and God, just like in the story of Job, the devil caused the evil, God allowed it.
Okay, and the evil is
because
the car crash isn't evil, right? We said since it's a seizure. I keep seeing these like ads for schizophrenia medicine, so I keep like thinking of that instead of seizure. Sorry. So this part isn't evil, but you think that the rape part is evil, right?
Of course.
Okay, just making sure, because some Christians are like,
well, that's a person that's doing something wrong. Well, duh.
Yeah. Okay. So God is in charge of this part, but Satan is in charge of this part?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Who decides whether or not the car crash happens or not? God is sovereign over all. So God decides. So God is like, I'm either going to protect this baby or not.
That's his divine wisdom. Yes, that we don't know.
You don't know if he chooses, or you just don't know why he chooses?
No, that's his divine. Yeah, that's his divine wisdom as to allowing the car crash to happen or not happen. That's his divine wisdom.
But what you're suggesting is maybe the reason is that later this baby wasn't going to be strong enough to handle the hardships, so they get a free pass to heaven. They just get to go to heaven. No trials, no more hardship, just free to heaven, right? I think that's good.
Fine. Okay, but you know that everybody has a free pass to heaven, right?
I think if heaven is real, we should be slaughtering babies in droves. Absolutely. Like, we should just be sending every baby to heaven.
Let's just do every evil possible. That's why. Yeah.
No. Just set up a machine that like just automatically like chops babies up, because if they get to go straight to heaven, we could protect them from the devil, from earth, from all the problems, right?
That just shows you how evil-minded you kind of are. No offense. I mean,
well, I don't believe in heaven, so I wouldn't do that. But I want people to go to heaven if it's real.
Well, again, if you don't think it's real, so then why don't you look at
That's why I don't
NDEs?
kill babies. Yeah.
So why don't you look at NDEs? Have you ever tried looking at an NDE? Do you know what NDEs are?
Yeah, I mean, I had one.
What is it?
I was like a near-death experience.
You had your heart
no
stopped?
Brain activity, heart stopped for 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized atheism was true.
Oh, is that a joke?
No.
Yeah, that never happened. I don't believe you.
Wait, you don't believe my personal experience?
No, because why would I?
It's a good point. That's a good point, Sherry. Yeah, I guess you're right. I won't believe people's NDE stories either. All right, so back to this though. In this case, I just want to because I want to put the whiteboard away. We can talk about Sherry. We can talk about NDEs in a second, but I want to put the whiteboard away. So let me just finish this up. So either it's the case that God causes the car wreck to protect them from rape, or he allows the car wreck to allow for the rape later. Now, in my view, either way is fucked up. Both of these seem bad to me. They seem like when you ask why I left, it's because like these both seem bad to me. But if it's the case that this is the better one because the baby goes to heaven, then everyone should get in a car wreck today. And boom, 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 and everyone goes to heaven. That's what I would do, rather than as God risk letting people going to hell. So that's part of why I left religion.
The testing of your faith produces patience.
All right, let me put the background back up.
That's how I'm going to respond.
Yeah. No, we're good. Cool. All right. Well, I have a few other guests. Did you want to talk about one other thing first?
Unless you have any questions for me. I mean, I don't have any more questions for you. You told me why you left, but it doesn't make sense to me, but it's okay. Do you have any questions for me as to why I'm still in the faith?
No, I know why. I got it. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys have a good day.
All right. Thanks, Sherry. Good stuff
Bye.
today. Can someone like remind me tomorrow to clip that NDE thing, because that was really funny. I think that was really really enjoyable moment. I think that was my favorite part of it. But I'm not gonna be able to do it today. I'm very busy this afternoon, but just like tomorrow morning, be like, can you just remember? Yeah, and the pen catapult, sure. James, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Oh, I'm 40, Christian.
Yeah, right. Well, did you want to talk about why I walked away from God?
Yes, sure. But before quickly continue the previous conversation, this question, when it comes to problem of evil, I ask most atheists, but still they are not able to answer this direction of question that I'm about to throw at you right now. So, let's say you are striving for an ideal good God or good deity. What amount of goodness will make an atheist satisfied or convincing enough, good enough? What is the definition of extreme version of goodness that you want?
Like, if God was real, how would I expect him to be good? Is that what you mean?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there wouldn't be no how to have slave rules, no misogyny, none of the anti-gay messaging or the anti-mixed marriage messaging, none of the child abuse suggestions, none of the capital punishment, stoning as a punishment, no cannibalism threats, the whole Amalekites thing, get that out. Get rid of hell. Hell is too bad. Get the thing out where God punishes everyone for Eve's crime, even though she was listening to Satan, but also creating Satan. I would say also like cure disease right now, sickness, poverty, all the pain, suffering, get rid of wars, rape, abuse, starvation, animal poaching, all the evil in the world, get rid of like storms, like wildfires, earthquakes, things like that. Reveal himself equally to everyone so we all know exactly that he is real, and then we can choose to go with him or not. I also would be like just cool if he would like make it so dogs don't run away. Like just like when you open the door, your dog, like some people's dogs don't do that, but some dogs run away. And it'd be cool if like dogs were like, you know, they just knew that streets were dangerous so that people's dogs wouldn't die when they ran out into the street. I would also think like make plants taste better so people didn't want to eat meat as much, because meat is delicious, but it's like not good to, kill animals and make them suffer. Whereas if like, broccoli tasted a little better, then that would be probably pretty good. Maybe make like Christians better at debate so that like it was more convincing. I don't chat. Did I miss anything? It seems like I think that's a good starting list.
All right, let's say it's given. Okay, let's say there exists the world exactly what you described. Now, in that world, I can still find another atheist, still not happy, still find that specific world that you describe, it's still evil. Do you agree?
Yeah, show me that world and I'll tell you it's not evil. I'll tell you it's great.
Okay, you said about if broccoli is not tasting good, so that's an evil world. Verbatim, you exactly said this.
That's what you got from that?
You said
that's the main thing here.
So it's an evil world. Yes or no?
No.
In your ideal world, broccoli will taste better. Correct?
In an ideal world, sure, yeah.
Yes.
But like you skipped past the slavery and the genocides and the sicknesses and the storms and went to that one, right? That was at the end of the list when I was trailing off. Like maybe you should tackle I'll tell you what, I'll give you that. Broccoli tastes pretty good. Now
Okay.
talk to me
What
about
I-
like why a good
Yeah.
God would use cannibalism as a threat for disbelief.
I already given to you that in that world you ascribed, we are already in that world. Okay, hypothetically, we are talking about in that world. Okay, in that world, no slavery exists. In that world, no cannibalism exists.
Not just
In
no
that
slavery exists. Sorry, James, just to be clear, God doesn't condone slavery. He doesn't say, here's how to go get slaves. That's the better God.
we are talking about a world you exactly described. Okay, let's not go back. Okay, let's go forward. Okay, we are in that world. The hypothesis I'm building is, even in that world, I can find a handful of atheists who are still unhappy. Do you
Not
agree
me.
with this
I'd
premises?
be
No,
down with
some
that.
other
Yeah.
atheists.
Oh, then
Some other
are you talking to them or me? You said every atheist you talk to can't answer this. I answered the fuck out of it, and now you're talking about the other people who couldn't answer it. I answered it, so let's talk to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, what I'm building here is you are no different than that atheist.
No, you're just making a straw man of like what I just said and ignoring everything I said and saying I would still whine, even though I'm telling you I wouldn't whine. I would like the world then.
Okay. So, you literally wind up with broccoli because it's not tasty enough.
Do you know why? Do you know why I said that? It's so that we wouldn't have to have like factory farming. Are you down with factory farming or not?
No, you said that I'm picking on that because for an atheist, no amount of goodness will make him happy.
That's not true. I just said the amount of goodness I would need to be happy. I listed it for you.
Okay. Probably I'll come from a different direction.
Yeah, so I answered the question and you're just ignoring it. Now let's reverse it. Christians, even if in the Bible it said God personally raped 8 kids, you would still worship the idiot, right?
I did not say that.
Oh yeah, but you other ones say this though. So I'm just saying Christians would just like still think that the world is perfect, even though God did terrible things, right? Right, James, just like you would.
We have not gone there yet. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying some Christians would do that, and so I'm applying it to you as well.
Remove me from Christian for a moment. Let's say I'm a theist. Okay, I'm not revealing my religion to you yet. So I'm a theist. You are atheist. Let's stop from there. So, a deity, no amount of even the best version of deity, you will still find something else unhappy about it, and still you will call the deity as evil. Because you are hedonist. There is no end for good. And that's a good thing, actually. You know what? That's a good thing. God is good, but still you can find another definition where not enough good, then God becomes that version. You can still find one more version, he is not enough good. So there is no end for that.
I'll tell you, to be honest, I think that if God were real, because I don't think it would be good to have one sovereign dictator of the entire universe, that the best, most good thing that God could do would be to destroy himself. And so it is the case that atheism is the more good world. Now it's just up to humans to make the world better.
Okay, so your reckoning is the best thing God can do is not to have himself at all to begin with.
Yep.
Okay. That is one way to look at it. But what if he believes that without his presence, the world will dismantle itself?
It's happening with his presence anyways. At least we wouldn't have some God to blame. We could solve the problems ourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly. So the foundation that I'm building to you is God is already good, okay? And even if he becomes the version that you say,
which
still
God?
There is a better way to.
Which God are you talking about?
There is a okay. I'm a theist. Okay, there is a deity is there. Okay.
So which God are you talking about? That's good.
No, yeah, that is irrelevant here. Okay, let's say there is a supreme being. That supreme being is currently in charge of the world.
Prove it.
I'm happy.
This isn't true though. You're just making this like this is a hypothetical. What if God was real?
Oh no, we are not talking about God's existence yet. I am talking about if God exists, the current world we live in is still not evil. It's fair enough, right, and justice.
If God exists and
Okay.
he's also threatening people with that they're going to eat their children, then I would say that God isn't good. Would you
Which
agree? Or
God you're
dis-
talking about?
the
Which
the
God
one
you're
that exists, this hypothetically saying if God is real, and then also he had people with his godly powers write in a book. I quote God here. God says, "I'm going to make you eat your children after we fuck your house up." I would say that God is bad. Would you say that God is good or bad?
I literally said I have not revealed my religion yet. Why
It
would
doesn't
you bring
matter your
something?
religion. The God that commands cannibalism, genocide and cannibalism, would that be good or bad?
Which God you're bringing to me? How can you
Any
talk
God.
something I
Let's
have not?
pretend the God's name is Bubble Bath. Bubble Bath
Bubble bath.
is the God. And the God creates the universe. Bubble Bath makes the universe. And then Bubble Bath says, hey, you down there, I don't like you. I'm going to make you eat your babies. Is Bubble Bath good or bad?
That's okay. It's easy to answer. As I said,
Let's
if
do it.
the bubble bath.
I agree. Easy to answer. He's bad, right?
No. Let me answer that. Then you can say the answer is good or bad. Bubble bath is in charge of the world universe right now. And if I believe the current version of the universe is perfectly fine, zero evil, I'm happy with it. So that's my answer.
Okay, so Bubble Bath can command cannibalism and genocide, and you still think Bubble Bath is good?
Have evidence that bubble bath commanded it?
Yes, Bubble Bath commanded it, yes.
Where is it?
In the hypothetical that we're talking about, Bubble Bath actually does command it. He says, go kill those people until they eat their children. Is that God good?
There is the bubble bath commanded cannibalism.
Yeah, if that happened, hypothetically, would that God be good or bad?
Hypothetically, if bubble bath commanded cannibalism, is that good or bad? It's still not enough information. Let's say bubble bath wanted to kill.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the goddamn fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. What a joke. Also to say like, this is an easy question and then not answer it. And then say it's not enough information. I don't know if commanding genocide to the point that people eat their children is good or bad yet. I don't know enough about that. We know enough. That's enough. Sorry about that, Kelly. That guy was a lunatic. Welcome in. What's your age and religion? Kelly, are you there? Kelly. Can't hear you if you're there. Do you not? A little bit. There's a bit of an echo. Do you mean to be here?
Yeah, I can still see James, but it says my name. Now there I am, but I see.
Man, the way TikTok did something, it changed the like something in the code, and it fucks up. When I am like down on someone else's live, I can see the panel, and then when you go up, like everyone's picture disappears for me. It's like so glitched out lately. Yeah,
I'm here.
I can hear you a little bit though. Are you old enough to be here? How old are you?
I am 38.
Okay, and are you a Christian or atheist or what?
Christian.
Okay. Well, did you want to talk about why I left religion?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just curious.
Yeah, for me, I had a hard time reconciling what some of these verses in the Bible were saying were true with reality and with what I thought was good. So a lot of it just looked like mythology to me. And if it wasn't mythology and it was true, then it's like Jesus, the guy that I think is my friend, is terrible. He's a murderer, and he's too strict. And so I had a hard time reconciling that.
Yeah, definitely. If you start out like I did in the Old Testament, it'll scare the hell out of you. So when I first became a Christian at 20, I would only read the New Testament.
Yeah.
For me, it wasn't more biblical about getting saved as it was just having a relationship personally with just Jesus. Like, I couldn't even commit to God yet. I came from being an atheist. It was too, I struggled with your exact same things and questions.
I did that too, and I ended up like, I would like flip back to the Old Testament and read a little, and then it'd be like, like kind of like too scary. I'd come back. But then I was reading through the New Testament, and I got almost to the end, and I know Revelation gets scary too, but just before Revelation is the book of Jude. And Jude is pretty nice. This is a guy who's, hung out with Paul, a servant of Jesus Christ, someone who really knew what was going on with Jesus and the whole story back then. And it says in Jude 1:5, I desire to remind you, though you are all fully informed once and for all, that Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt and afterward destroyed those who did not believe. Mm-hmm. And that made me realize that Jesus, the guy that I thought was my buddy, was the guy doing all the horrible things in the Old Testament. And so in order to get to know my friend more, now I have to go back and go, what did Jesus really do in Egypt? It says that was him. And so then I go back and I look at it and go, holy shit, Jesus is terrible. These are awful, awful stories. And if this guy's real, because at the time I still thought it was real, I don't know if I can follow this guy. And then luckily realize this story just isn't real. So it was like kind of a relief. But man, it's so scary to think that like a friend of mine, someone who I thought was a friend of mine, like genocided people and set up rules that like involve burning women alive and stoning children to death. Like, this is crazy, you know?
The stoning people to death and children, I don't believe I've ever come across that one.
Yeah, let's see here. We got death penalty for stubborn children. If someone has a stubborn and rebellious son, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders. They say to the elders of the town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He's a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's like a baby, but the punishment for stubborn children is death.
Yeah, the Old Testament, there's no way around it for me, biblically. The New Testament, where Jesus speaks, is where I was able to get myself saved. Because let me tell you something, as a gay Christian, I have been ridiculed on TikTok now for so long. The Jesus I know does accept me. The Jesus I know says, have a childlike faith like a child. He talks very good about children, and he also talks about he didn't come to destroy the old law, all the Old Testament. He said, but I came to fulfill it because I know there's no man on earth that will ever be able to be perfect. He said, but I can live for 33 years perfect.
Sorry, so he came and said, we're still doing the Old Testament stuff?
No. He said, I came to fulfill it.
What does that mean? To abolish it?
33 years. Being exactly perfect, doing all the Jewish laws, all 613 laws. He was going to complete them and fulfill them. So that way because he knew, God knows, there is no way a man can get through this earth without
He didn't do those laws. He didn't do every law. He didn't stone any children, and that was one of the old laws.
I didn't mean he committed the acts. I mean, he just came to say, I will fulfill them by the cross. By saying, hey, there's a new way.
I don't know what fulfill means. Like, when I think of fulfill, it's like, all right, there's going to be a total of 1,000 laws. We got 613 done. I'm going to get the other 400 filled up here. We're going to finish those off. Here's the rest of them, right?
Yeah, that's not what I got.
What does fulfill mean?
13 laws, and now there's a new way. There will be no murdering of animals, no more sacrifice.
All right, so yeah, we're abolishing the old laws. We're getting rid of those.
Yes. And if you're
he says, I'm going to, by fulfilling, we abolish these old laws. But doesn't he say, I didn't come to not abolish them? Like, he says not to abolish them. So that's a contradiction.
And then if you see where the disciples sat down and were just as confused, and they said, all right, teacher, so what did you come for then? What do you need from us? And Jesus said there's two things, two of the biggest things. Never blasphemy, never deny God as Lord, and number two, love thy neighbor like yourself. So if you read the New Testament, that's all Jesus is talking about. Jesus doesn't.
No, it's not. Kelly, he talks about that, but he also talks about other things. So those might be the most important, but there's all the other ones to keep doing. In Matthew, Jesus is saying to keep these old laws. Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? The Pharisees are asking him. And this kind of stuff. And he said, why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die. That's red letter text. That's Jesus talking.
Right.
But you say that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have for me is given from God, then that person need not honor the father? But like he's saying, you guys are changing the rules. You're supposed to follow the old rules. He's mad at them. He's like, yeah, you guys are fucking up. Follow these old rules. Kill these children.
Pharisees for following the old laws because he was trying to come.
No, they weren't. So they had stopped stoning children, and Jesus is saying, get back to that.
What chapter are you in?
In chapter 15, the tradition of the elders.
No, what book?
Matthew. Matthew 15.
Matthew 15, chapter 15?
Yeah. It starts at 1. The Pharisees and scribes come to Jesus, and they're saying, why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? They do not wash their hands before they eat. And so the Pharisees are like, why aren't you guys washing your hands before you eat? Like your hands are dirty. And it's tradition. But that tradition isn't from the 613 laws. That's a newer one. They're like, why aren't you guys following tradition, right? And Jesus is saying, I don't care about your tradition that you made up. I want you to follow the old one. And you guys stopped stoning children. You should get back to stoning children.
I don't see where he says that. I see where he says, listen to what I say and try to understand. You are not defiled by what you eat. You are defiled by what you say and do. And that's him talking to the Pharisees. He even let his disciples eat wheat.
But are you in chapter? So like read chapter 15 and start at 3 when he answers them.
3.
Matthew
and
15, 3.
You, by your traditions, violate by your traditions. Exactly. He's saying to the Pharisees.
He's saying your tradition of washing hands is like, I don't care about. Yeah, go ahead.
For instance, God says, honor your father and mother, and anyone who speaks evil of father or mother must be put to death.
Yeah.
But you say you don't need to honor your parents by caring for their needs if you give the money to God instead. He's talking
right, so he just said, you have your traditions, but the correct tradition is if you dishonor father and mother, you're put to death. Jesus is saying that.
And then he says he's calling them hypocrites. And he says if you go back to Isaiah,
he would call you a hypocrite too. He'd be like, Kelly, you're not on, if you're supposed to put children to death who don't honor father and mother, you're not doing it. You're being a hypocrite. Just like he's telling them.
That's not what I get when I read that.
I know that you can like pull whatever you want out of this, but if you look at the words, what it says is Jesus is telling them you've ignored the rules. Follow the rules. That's what it really says. Yeah. These people honor me with their lips. They say they follow God, but they don't really follow the rules. Their hearts are far from me.
Yes, he's speaking directly to the Pharisees.
Yeah. These Pharisees are following their human tradition. The God tradition that I invented is to stone children to death if they disobey your parents. Are you going to follow Kelly? Are you going to follow the human worldly ways or God's ways that Jesus came up with?
Jesus specifically.
Yeah, so stoning children. Yeah, exactly. That's
I've never seen where it said stoning children. Well, I can never.
Literally, you just read it. Whoever dishonors father and mother surely shall be put to death.
And Jesus also spoke in parables.
And this is not one of them.
Where it says put to death.
This isn't one of them.
Go by your own tradition. You nullify the disrespect commandment of God. The disrespect. That's what I get. It doesn't say stoning. It says do not disrespect them.
You know, you're right. It doesn't say how to do it. It just says put them to death.
And all we can do is the best we can. And all I can say from my experience as a Christian was I didn't touch the Bible for years. Because he scared the shit out of me.
So I read to you the one about, sorry, before we pivot away from this, in Exodus, it says, if you curse father or mother, you shall be put to death. It says it in two different spots. In Deuteronomy, it reiterates that. It says, if you have stubborn children, you stone them to death. All the men of the city shall stone him to death with stones. You throw rocks at him until he dies. Okay? In Leviticus, it says it again, for anyone who curses father or mother surely shall be put to death. Okay? In Proverbs, it like re-mentions these. And then later, when Jesus is here, he's saying, keep doing that. You're not doing it. Keep doing it's written down in multiple of these books. We have it in Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Leviticus, and you're not doing it. And he's mad at them about it.
Yeah, I'm not getting that part. If I could see where he says, please beat your children, which would be horrendous.
Whoever dishonors father and mother surely shall be put to death. Jesus says it.
It's just like cutting off your right
This is
hand.
in Matthew.
He doesn't literally mean cut your arm off. Or when
Nope.
he says gouge your eyes out.
That's not this part. No, I know in those, absolutely. Those he's being hyperbolic. This he's directly quoting the old law. This isn't like the parable of the kill your kids. This is him saying these are the old laws, follow them. You humans have changed God's law. I'm God. I came up with those laws. Follow them.
I didn't change anything. You know, it's been hell on earth trying to be a gay Christian. I can tell you that. Because
then stop being a Christian because it's psychotic. Like, you can walk away from that. You can't walk away from being gay. Walk away from the Christianity. Also, Kelly, I'm getting a really bad echo with you. I'm not sure if the chat. Are you guys hearing that chat? Like, do you have headphones or something? Maybe.
No. But yeah, I don't want to be annoying if it's a bad echo.
It's just my own voice is coming back a bit.
Oh yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, you can let somebody else up if you need to. I don't want to be here and lots of background. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yep, sure, okay. Good stuff. Jay, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Christian.
And how old are you?
24.
Awesome. Well, you don't have an echo, so this sounds good. She was a nice person, confused about the verses, but, we all were. They're confusing. I get it. What would you like to chat about?
I actually want to make a comment on that, disobedience on parents and all. Like, I was hearing that you are basically like reading the Old Testament. And basically it's like, the Old Testament and stuff, that is like, that's during that time. We're living in the New Testament.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we're not even living in the New Testament times. We're past that.
We're basically doing New Testament laws and stuff like that. We're not basically bounded by the Old Testament laws. So in this case, it's like
I'm saying we're not even doing New Testament laws. Like we let women speak in church now, even, right?
So in this case, the New Testament law is basically loving God with all your heart and loving your neighbor.
Here's like one of the laws, like that was from the Old Testament. Women should be silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says. If there's something they want to learn, let them ask their husbands at home, for it's shameful for a woman to speak in church. So are we still following that old law?
No.
Yeah. So that's in 1 Corinthians. That's New Testament law. We don't follow it anymore. We're past that. We're in Testament 3.
Okay. But
which is good. This is a terrible rule. It's good that we're past it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is like, when I was listening to you about, children should be put to death if they disobey their mother and father and stuff. Mm-hmm. In this case,
we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, they don't do it because if we did, we all would have been dead.
Yeah. So that was Old Testament law. They did it again in the New Testament, and now we don't do it anymore. Yeah.
So God basically sent Jesus into this earth to basically fulfill prophecy and basically fulfill the laws.
Yeah, that's what she was saying too. I don't know what what does fulfill a law mean?
It's like this. For example, if you disobey your mother and father and all that stuff, that's basically considered as a sin. It's an evil thing, right? Jesus will fulfill that part. He will obey his mother and father.
Oh, so so fulfill kind of means like he's going to obey all of the old laws.
He's basically going to complete everything that people didn't do.
So obey and complete are two different things.
Yes, they are complete.
So do you mean that like while he's alive on earth, he's not going to steal, he's not going to lust?
No.
He's going to like, if someone's working on the Sabbath, he's going to kill them?
No.
So he's not fulfilling that law.
He didn't came down to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Meaning he will complete the Old Testament law and the New Testament law.
So a second ago you said that by fulfill, what that means is to like obey the laws, like to obey all of them, but some of them are to kill children. And so you're saying he's not doing all of the laws, right?
Not to obey the laws, but
okay, so it's not obey. Complete them. So here's some of the laws. We're going to add a few more to finish out the set.
Okay.
That's what you mean by complete them, right? That's how I would read it. We have all the old laws, there's 613. I'm going to add a few more to that, and then we'll do all of them.
Okay.
Right?
You said what? What? Say that one more time.
So when I think of fulfill, like if, for example, like there's rules on this TikTok live. And when I first started, I said, hey, to come up, you have to be 18 years old and you have to be a Christian and that's it. And then later in the live, I was like, oh, I forgot to mention you also have to you have to wear shoes. No shoes, no shirt, no service, right? Or whatever. Like I add another one. That means you still have to be 18, you still have to be a Christian, and you have to wear shoes and a shirt. Like it's a new additional, the law is fulfilled. Now we have the full, complete law. So we have to do all of them now.
Okay. I mean, honestly.
Is that not how you just described it to me?
What I'm saying is this, like, I'm going to search up fulfill.
Sure, let's do it. Define fulfill. Bring to completion or reality, achieve or realize something desired, promised, or predicted, or to carry out as required, pledged, or expected. So that carry out he didn't do. We talked about that. He didn't like do all of the laws. He did some of them for sure, but he didn't like sentence anyone to death for working on a Saturday.
Yeah, so can I give you an example? So you know that you should know the story of a woman who caught in the act of adultery, right?
Yeah.
So the Pharisees basically, brought this woman in public. She was caught in the act of adultery. They was trying to see if Jesus was going to be wrong about what he teach and all that stuff. So they brought him out. They brought her out and all, and they basically told him Jesus like this woman was caught in the act of adultery, and they was telling Jesus like Moses said to stone somebody who did this. Right. What would you say? Jesus told everyone was literally got their rocks. They were ready. They was literally about to stone this woman and put her to death. Jesus told every single one of them, if y'all have never committed a sin, y'all get to throw the first stone.
Right.
Nobody basically throw a stone at her. So Jesus could have thrown a stone at him because he never committed a sin. But
right. He would have done the first one, and then they could all join in after and help.
So he told her that nobody's here to condemn her, not even him.
Yeah. So the new addition to the law is that Jesus or God get to hurt the person first, and then everyone else can join in and gang jump them after. That's the new addition to the law. Yeah. And he does that like later Jesus kills people like totally. Yeah.
Can you show me where it says that?
Yeah. Like he kills Ananias and Sapphira for lying. So that's actually kind of new too, because lying to God wasn't in the Old Testament a sin. I mean, it was a sin, but not a death penalty sin. But
sin is basically the wages of sin is death. So
for all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so so you agree that if you dishonor father and mother, you deserve death.
I mean, that was the Old Testament and stuff like that.
But you think that's still true, right?
So in this case, it's like this. The Old Testament, that's what it says.
And the adulteress did deserve death, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say she deserved it and all that stuff, but her sinful act and all that stuff, she was about to be put to death. But
if you sin, do you deserve death?
If I sin,
if anyone sins, do they deserve death?
If I sin and I loved it and stuff, then yeah. But in this case, a lot of people are going to sin and stuff like that, and multiple times and stuff. What I'm saying is like, if I enjoy my sins and stuff like that, then yes, I'm basically saying I prefer to be put to death.
Sure. Okay. So like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe. That's a sin to not believe. I love not believing in God. I think it's great. I enjoy doing atheisms. I encourage people to be atheist. Do you think I deserve death for that?
I don't think you deserve death, but if you basically saying that you love that and all that stuff.
I do. Yeah. I love being an atheist. I love promoting atheism. I really enjoy this. Yeah.
So in this case and stuff, that means it's like blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Because like when you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit and all that stuff, you're basically, the Holy Spirit is there to basically just tell you, okay, this is the wrong thing to do.
I guess I don't know what a blaspheme is.
Blasphemy is like rejection, to like you trying to reject the truth. That's based on my definition. That's why I think of blasphemy.
So I reject the Holy Spirit. Absolutely. Like I think the Holy Spirit isn't true. I reject that. So since you think I'm wrong, you think I deserve death for that rejection, right?
To me, I don't think you should. I don't think you are. You look like a nice human being. You are a nice human being created in God's
right,
image.
but being nice doesn't, right? Like you can be nice and sin, right? So I'm on your side. I don't think I deserve death. God is the one that does. I agree with you. I think God is the crazy one here.
So let's put it in this way. All right, God basically created every human being in this world just to have their freedom, just to do all things and stuff like that, right? And the thing is like, if God doesn't want you to go down that route of trying to disconnect yourself to him, he doesn't want you to go down that route and all that stuff. Because multiple times and stuff, you know, when we go down that route and stuff, a lot of times in our lives and stuff, we do bad things. We literally just start doing sinful things and stuff that basically hurts God. And that's what Satan always want to do, is try to pull people away, pull people away from God by any distractions, anything they crave the most of this world and all that stuff. Like he's just like, and also try to twist everything, twist the word and all that stuff, make you think, oh, this is that. And the thing about it is like, okay, God doesn't want you, God's giving you the whole truth. And yes, anybody can literally twist it and basically say this. But as I read the Bible and all that stuff, you know, everything that God's trying to do is build a relationship with us. He's trying to build a relationship with us. It's like, I don't know if you have a mom and dad and all that stuff. Do you have a mom and dad right now? Like,
yeah.
Do they still live with each other?
No, they're divorced.
Oh, okay. So let's say like this. A parent always loved their child and all that stuff. They will love their child and guide them and teach them and raise them in the right way. So when they grow up, they will do things, and they can grow up and basically do things like whatever they feel like they want to do and all that stuff. That's basically right to them.
Sorry to interrupt, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is this.
Like, I feel like you trailed off really far, and I just got a little bit confused. Like, about
All
we
right.
were talking about something very different, and now
All right.
I don't know how
I'm
you
sorry.
got to this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
That's good. I
confuse.
just want to kind of bring us back to like,
Okay, bring it back.
yeah. So what we were talking about is how Jesus killed this couple for lying, and I'm on your side. I don't think lying is a bad enough crime to be deserving of death, but Jesus did. So I disagree with him on that. Do you disagree with God on that one?
You saying that? What book are you basically reading from?
That one's in Acts, the book of Acts. So Jesus came to earth in human form and then died on the cross, came back to life, and then ascended, right? Like it says he floated back up to heaven and like he's God in heaven again. And so then after that, a little after that, this couple sells their house and they're supposed to give all the money from the house sale to the church. And they give most of it, but they keep a little bit of money. And so God kills them. And God at this time is Jesus in heaven. So to me, I think that's fucking terrible. I think that's really gross. I think killing people for lying is too strict. I'm just against it personally.
You think you could show me which part in the Acts?
I think it's chapter 5.
Chapter 5. I'm gonna see.
If I remember.
Let's see.
Yeah, 5:1. Ananias, with his consent of his wife Sapphira, sold a piece of property. With his wife's knowledge, he kept back some of the proceeds and brought only a part and laid it at the apostles' feet. Ananias, Peter asked, "Why has Satan filled your heart to lie to the Holy Spirit and keep back part of the proceeds of the land?" So Peter somehow knew. Peter knew he was lying. Peter had
This is verse 3.
Yeah. And then to 4 it says, "While it remained unsold, did it not remain your own? And after it was sold, were not the proceeds at your disposal? How is it you have contrived this deed in your heart, and you did not lie to us, but to God?" So he's supposed to give all of his money to the church. He's not allowed to have any of his money. He has to give it all away.
Yeah, so in this case, when Peter said, "Why you let Satan fill your heart," and all that stuff, I mean, in this case, that's wicked. I mean, if you allow Satan to fill your heart with wicked things or something like that, evil acting on that stuff, I mean,
then God should kill you.
I wouldn't say God should kill you. Basically, it's
He does. That's what happens next. He kills him, and then he kills his wife.
So I'm gonna keep reading. Then Peter said to Ananias, "Why have you let Satan fill your heart? You lied to the Holy Spirit and you kept some of the money for yourself. The property was yours to sell or not sell as you wish." And I'm reading from the NLT. "And after selling it, the money was also yours to give away. How could you do a thing like this? You weren't lying to us, but to God." As soon as Ananias heard these words, he fell to the floor and died.
Deado.
Everyone who heard about it was terrified. Then some young men got up, wrapped him in a sheet, and took him out and buried him. And 3 hours later, his wife came in, not knowing what had happened. Peter asked her, "Was this the price you and your husband received for your land?" Yes, she replied. "That was the price." And Peter said, "How could the two of you even think conspiring to test the Spirit of the Lord like this? The young men who bury your husband are just outside the door, and they will carry you out too." Instantly, she fell to the floor and died. When the young men came in and saw that she was dead, they carried her out and buried her beside her husband. Great fear gripped the entire church and everyone else who heard what had happened. So in this case, they died. So what you're saying is it's a terrible thing that they basically died because they lied.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that lying is bad?
Yep.
So lying is bad and all that stuff. It is a sin. So in this case, when you lie against the Holy Spirit, that's like blaspheming against the Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, I mean, to this point and stuff, yeah, I mean, yeah, lying and stuff.
Sorry, one second. This is just because we've been getting a lot of gum. Thanks, Small.
The type of girl you wanna chew all of my bubble gum. I'm the type of girl you wanna chew all of my bubble gum. I'm the type of girl you wanna take to your mama house. Take to your mama house.
Thank you, everybody, for the gum. I appreciate you. I don't know why we're doing so much gum right now, but we're having fun with it, and I appreciate you very much.
Mama house, the type of girl you wanna chew all of my bubble gum. I'm the type of girl you wanna
I appreciate it.
chew all of my bubble gum. I'm the type of girl you wanna take to your mama house. Take to your mama house.
Sorry about that. We're getting a lot of gum, so I figured I'd play. I couldn't find it. I was trying to find, like, what number is this on my thing? I got to remember that. 82. I'll never remember that. Yes, I definitely think lying is usually bad, not every time. Lying to the Holy Spirit, obviously, I don't think is bad because I don't think it exists. But if it did exist, I think it would be just as bad as lying to a person, but maybe not, because the Holy Spirit knows the truth, so it doesn't really matter. Like, the reason not to lie to someone is because it it hides the truth. And I think that the truth is valuable. But if you lie to God, it just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't hurt anybody. He's like, no, I know the truth. And so everything's fine. So I don't think it should be it should be like less of a deal. And I also think that it should be not punishable by death. I can't imagine any lie that would be deserving of the death penalty, like, to anyone for any reason. I can't think of one. Maybe there is. I can't think of any.
Okay, I mean, let's say like this. Let's say like you lie your whole entire life and all that stuff, and you say that lying, you don't deserve a death penalty, right?
Yep.
Let's say that you lie your whole entire life, and you just like, okay, for example, you enjoy lying, because in this case, lying can get you out of circumstances and all that stuff. So you've been lying, all that stuff, and the moment you passed away and stuff, you basically are being on judgment. You're basically being judged by God. And the question is, do you think that you should enter heaven?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. If God in heaven is real, everyone should go. Yes.
So in this case, when you're saying that, okay, I lied a lot and all that stuff, but in this case, God basically doesn't like liars. He doesn't like thieves.
Then God can eat shit. If you make heaven and hell and it's for eternity, you have to let everybody into heaven, or else you're a monster.
So in this case, everybody's not perfect and stuff, but in this case, you can be redeemed. You can repent from all that stuff, because in this case, it's like this. Let's say like you have your own house and somebody here, and you got a set of rules. You basically have rules. You can't come in my house with shoes on. I just clean this house up, and I really just like, okay. And I just want to make it look so neat and all that stuff. But
they come in with mud on their shoes and stuff, and they're stomping through, and there's like mud and stuff all over your house. Yeah, I would kick them out of the house, but I would not sentence them to eternal punishment.
No. It's like this. I'm not saying like you're gonna sentence them, you're not gonna kill them and all that stuff. But the thing is, you would kick them out, right?
Yeah, I'd let them go to and by the way, Jay, actually no. If if it was just normal, yeah, sure, I'd be like, hey, take your shoes off. If though it was, and by the way, this does happen. People come to your house and fix stuff. They put a little dirt on there. What I do is I clean it after. I just clean it up. If I were God and I could clean anything without having to work, you just snap your fingers and it's clean again, I would absolutely invite them in. I'd say, wear all the mud you want, all the stuff on your feet and stuff, and I would just like snap, clean again. And that'd be done. And it'd be great. And everyone would be happy and the house would look nice. And here, furthermore, what I want to say is, I did actually, because I think about this, like, what crime could actually be worthy of eternal torture, like eternal punishment? And I really couldn't think of one, because like I even think that if heaven and hell were real, that like genociders should go to heaven. Like, I'm super forgiving. Like, when it comes to eternal punishment, like, eventually people should just go to heaven, make another heaven, let them go to that heaven. That's fine. So that we don't have to be in the same heaven with like Jeffrey Dahmer and Hitler. They could be in the other heaven. But for eternity, I don't think there's something you can do in one lifetime to cause that. Except I did think of something.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but hold on. I want to get this point out. The only crime that I think would be deserving of eternal punishment would be if you were like a king and you created eternal punishment and sent people there. Because when you hurt people on earth, it's terrible, it's bad, but it's temporary. But if you eternally hurt someone, then you deserve eternal punishment. So the only being in the universe who actually deserves hell is God, because he's the only one who made hell.
So my question is, what is hell for?
It's just to scare people into believing in God.
So in this case, hell is basically for like basically the devil and his demons.
No, it was just like made up to scare people into like believing in God so that they would follow the rules of the society.
God created hell for the devil and his demons.
So like back then they didn't have like the same kind of judicial system and jails and stuff. And so in order to like keep people in line, they had to use fear tactics and doing like fear mongering by inventing ideas of hell and scaring people about eternity plus reward. Like, it's basically Santa Claus, you know. That's what hell really is.
Well, the hell is basically like separation from God and all.
That's not true. Yeah, it's just false.
Well, the thing is and something like that, let's put it this way. You only got two places, heaven and hell. If you don't want to be in God's house, then obviously it's like saying, okay, I want to be in hell. Because where will you go?
Why are there only two, Jay? Why can't he make 100 heavens?
Why it has to be 100 heavens?
Yeah, so that everyone can go. There's more options.
Well, you notice that everybody who believe in God and stuff can all go to heaven and stuff. I mean, it doesn't have to be 100 heavens. It could be one heaven and everybody could go. That's only if they believe in God, but have put their faith in Christ.
Right. Don't you see how that's not like a fair test to have to like believe in something that's unconvincing in order to go to the good place? It's not about how you act. It's not about the genocides you do. It's not about the murders or the lying. It's about only whether you believe or not, right?
So in this case, a lot of times it's like this. I can't force nobody to believe in all that
Jay,
stuff.
are you having a conversation with someone else?
No.
Yeah, like the last 8 things I've said, you've just not responded to at all and just gone on to your own thing. Like, are you sure you're talking to me and stuff?
I am talking to you.
What are you responding to right now? Like, what's the point that you're responding to?
What I'm saying is this.
No. What did I say that you're responding to?
Well, once you saying that everybody should go to heaven and all that stuff by doing wicked things and stuff like that.
The last thing that I said, though, were you paying attention to it at all?
All right, what was the last thing you said?
So just that's a hard no. Try to like lock in here because you're doing your own thing. It's boring for everyone if we're having 2 different conversations. Like it'd be better like I could just walk away and you could just do your thing. In fact, I kind of have to pee. Do you want to just like preach for a few minutes?
I mean, sure.
Is it going to get like homophobic or anything?
No.
All right, don't get homophobic or anything. I'm going to go pee real quick and then just guys, sorry, he's going to do his thing. I'll just put a little bit of background music on and I'll be right back. I'll just keep it kind of quiet. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, honestly, in my point of view and stuff like that, I don't think God is evil. So everyone that's listening, I can sound silly how I talk and all that stuff. I'm not really logical, but the thing is, I believe that God can save everyone from whatever trouble they put themselves through. You know, God loves you all and stuff like that, no matter what. And you know, I mean, we all done a lot of bad things or something like that, but it doesn't mean that we should continue doing bad. I mean, obviously, it's like, okay, to myself and stuff, you know, I'm not perfect as myself and all that stuff, but God has also given me chances and all that stuff to basically repent. Everybody will say like, oh, Jesus is coming and stuff like that, but if he really came right now and stuff, would you be ready? Would you be ready to like go and basically explore and be ready to meet God and meet Jesus and all that stuff? I mean, in this case, it's like, okay, I want to get ready. And I would love to see every single one of you to go to heaven. I don't want you to have to suffer through whatever troubles and evil sufferings that you're going through this earth. And I want everyone to go to heaven and all that stuff because God loves you so much. Okay? That's why Jesus came down and basically died for our sins. So that if we believe in him, we will not perish but have everlasting life. Alright? But honestly, you know, just trust God. Trust Jesus. Have faith in him. No matter what. No matter what circumstance you are in and all that stuff, always have faith in him. And I believe, honestly, and stuff, that I don't know, I just believe that, honestly, that there could be some transformation and all that stuff. It's going to take a while.
All right, sorry about that.
I'm the type of girl you wanna take to your mama house. Take to your mama house.
Sorry about that. Okay, did you get everything out that you needed to get out?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you, Jim. Okay, next up, Small John, one of the ones who initiated the bubblegum thing here. Hey, Small John, thank you so much. How are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What would you like to? You get to say a thing, right? You're an atheist, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's Atheist Sunday School. You get to say a thing. What would you like to? What would you like to share?
I'd like to say that you're really beautiful and I love you.
Oh my God.
Also, I miss Joel too.
I do too. We're still looking for him. I have lots of people on the lookout, and we have people searching. I hired several detectives to kind of track him down. But I'll let you guys know. We got a call in this morning. He was here. He was in the live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was hard to understand him though. There's a lot of Scottish noises happening, so we're tracking down where he might be. But yeah, we're looking for it. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right,
Keep
thanks,
doing
Small
what you're
John.
doing.
Yeah, thanks for the gifts. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Yeah,
See you.
Give it up for Small John, everybody. Appreciate that. Just going down the list here. The next guest is not joining. Come on. Yeah. Oh, did I not push it? Jelly Bean? Ashley? Let's try Ashley here. Okay. Ashley, or is it Ash Lynn?
Yes, it's Ashlyn. Yes.
Ashlyn. Oh, that's a cool name. I like that.
Thank you.
Ashlyn, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
So I am 22, and I am a Christian. I used to be into witchcraft for 3 to 4 years, and then I came to Christianity after the end of that spell. So pretty interesting.
That's funny. Spell. Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't believe in either of those. Although I think that witchcraft does probably less harm to society. And I feel like it has less misogyny in it, right? You can be man or a woman and be a witch, and it doesn't really matter.
Right. And that's the thing with witchcraft is there is no boundaries. There's not a lot of principalities. You kind of just can do whatever you want. And so I found with doing that,
it's more accepting.
Yeah, I could say that. Yeah. But the joke is the trick is, not joke, but trick, I'll say.
The joke is Christianity.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so I will say I'm a little nervous. It's like the first time I've joined a live.
Oh, really? Hey,
publicly.
it's all good. I'm super nice. I mean, we have fun up here. We do jokes, but like, I'm not gonna rip your head off or anything. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, and I used to think that too. I was like, this whole Christian thing is like, there's so many rules. It's so like not accepting, and so I got started with like stones and shit, and believing that the trees have entities and spirits in them, and I would like worship nature. And I've struggled with like, I'm just gonna say it because a lot of people do. I struggled with self-harm and stuff, and suicidal ideologies pretty much since I hit puberty. And I just kind of noticed that it got a lot worse when I was doing witchcraft. Like, it just took like 3 to 4 years for me to realize it. And when you give access to like different entities and different like little spirits for your soul, and they can kind of just do whatever they want, it gets kind of dark, and you won't realize it until you're like physically seeing the proof that it's affecting you in a negative way. And
well, I mean, I don't believe in that stuff. Like, I don't think like stones or something you can hold are what make your life bad.
Okay.
That's like just fully disproven multiple times under multiple tests. That's just not the case. But I think what my question would be is, and look, to be fair, if Christianity is the one thing that's keeping you away from like, I think we have to say personal injury, because TikTok tracks the word self if you put it next to the word harm, which is why I separated those right there. So we'll say personal injury, but we know what we're talking about. If Christianity is the one thing keeping you away from that, do it. Don't hurt yourself. Like, totally do it.
Right.
I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist. I'm not like licensed in any way to talk about that kind of stuff. And if I said something that led you to do it more, I would like feel terrible. So I don't want to like go too deep into that. But just keep in mind though.
Thank you for that, by the way.
For sure, yeah. But keep in mind that the one thing that's keeping you away from doing that is is worshiping a God that supports slavery, that supports misogyny, that is like against mixed marriages, against the LGBTQ plus community. It's like a super strict, terrible God that has enforced genocides and cannibalism. This is a monster. So it's a little bit, I don't know if you would want to use this. You know what I mean?
And I've looked at it this way a lot, and what I've kind of come to the conclusion is like, yes, there's questions like none of us are going to be able to answer. But for a lot of people, like, we understand that God just kind of allows stuff to happen. And I know it sounds terrible, like, why would you allow this bad stuff to happen? But it is just because Earth is not heaven. Earth is there's a lot of duality on Earth. There's evil, there's good. And I think we see it in day-to-day life. There's evil and good. You hear in the news. You hear just going around, Somebody killing somebody, obviously. You can't deny that that's a dark thing. And you can't deny, like, hey, seeing your son for his birthday party and making him smile, and, that's a good thing. Like, there's good and evil in this world. And
right, but Ashley, I mean, I agree with you. Like, God should if he was real, should like intervene on murders and stuff. But I'm saying that in the Bible, he commands that stuff. He tells people, go kill those children.
Right.
That's bad.
There's things I don't agree with. He ends up telling him not to do it. It was just a test of faith, and I know that does sound, it still kind of is messed up.
With Abraham, yeah, but with other ones, they do it. Later in the book, he says, go kill those children, and they do. groups of them.
Yeah, I can't excuse that. I'm not going to argue for that. I just know like the simple principle of like there is a human person that sacrificed himself. And if you think in the context, I know you guys are atheists, but for me, when I did witchcraft, it made me like understand a lot of spiritual things. And then I took a more spiritual approach at Christianity. I was like, okay, so it does make sense that a person that never committed any dark acts themselves, if they sacrifice themselves through their blood, you know what I'm saying? It does kind of cover us in the, if a human does
Ashlyn, he did do dark stuff though. That's what I'm saying. So like the God from the Old Testament said, go slaughter those children with swords. They did it. And he loved it. And then Jesus came and said, you know that God from the Old Testament that said to kill those kids? That's me. I'm him. And then he put himself on a cross. So he did do dark things. He claimed that he was that guy. He said, I've been around since Abraham's time. Right? I've been there. I walked with Moses. The whole thing is that he's the same God that did all the dark stuff. So it's not that some innocent, wee little baby did the cross. It was a God that did terrible, terrible things. According to the story, like obviously I don't think any of that stuff is true. This is all mythology. But if true, it is dark. Have you read the Amalekite story in Samuel? It's brutal.
I've seen a lot of things in the Bible that we all just kind of look at and we're like, what the heck is this?
Then throw it out. Like, what the heck is this? And get rid of it. I don't want to be a part of this. That seems terrible. Why would you look at that and go, oh, infanticide, I don't like that, but I'm going to hang on to this? Why? What does it give you? What do you get
in my lifetime? I've seen. So for me, I've seen proof that there is dark things that do exist, like spiritually. So for me, I was like, just in really simple terms, for me, it was like, if there is any sort of light at the end of my life when I die, I would rather just go there. And if I have to do this to do that, I will do that.
What if you end up accidentally worshiping a genocidal maniac and you have to spend eternity in heaven with someone who commanded the slaughter of children? That could be terrible. And they think it's great. And you're up there going like, this is kind of scary. Like, here's what I would suggest is, I don't think this proof of dark spirits or whatever you're talking about is real. I don't. But if it were, and it were the case that dark spirits could deceive you and trick you, then to be safe, stay away from all spirit stuff. Stay away from the good ones and the bad ones, because the good ones might be a trick from the bad ones. And the safe thing to do would to be stay away from the stones and the spells and the witchcraft and the Christianity, and set all of that type of stuff, all the spiritual stuff aside, and just live in the real world. Live in this physical world as Ashlyn, not as some spirit named Ashlyn, but as the person, the human biological Ashlyn with skin and bones, right? And then like, don't keep any of get the Bibles out of the house, you already got rid of the witchcraft, that's good. Get all of the spiritual religious stuff out of the house, and just like, have some breakfast and live in your normal life. Get a dog and enjoy human biological existence here on earth. Because if there's a bad God at the end, you don't want to be with him. And if there's a good God at the end, then that life you've chosen to live, this like just living in Ashlyn's life, they'll say, you did good. You lived a good life. You pet your dog. Come on up.
Mm-hmm. So for me, just personally, I noticed like, I do have 2 cats. I've lived my life a lot.
What are your cats' names?
Chloe and Jackson.
Okay, that's pretty good. I like Chloe's a good cat name, yeah. Every now and then you ask that and someone's like, they have like a fun, it's like Mr. something silly. Mr. Flubby Boots or whatever, I was like, good cat name. Yeah. Mine's name is Xena.
Okay, that's cute. Xena with the X.
Yeah, I don't know where she went. Xena Bobina. My cat's a Christian though, so she kind of she walks away when I do these sometimes.
We could read the Bible together.
Yeah, but I'm really telling you, like, if you really are someone who's worried about dark spirits, I would stay away from religious text, because that's where the idea of dark spirits came from. They made it up and they put it in that. So although I don't think that dark energy or whatever is real, it's dark spiritual energy, I think that if it were, that's where it would be. In the book that says to do genocides, that's where it's going to be. It's not going to be in a witch book. It's going to be in the one that says, hey, see all these tabs? These are all times that God is like an absolute scary, evil monster. And he says, I'm going to wreck you so bad that you eat your children and drink their blood. That's dark energy. You want to stay away from that shit.
Good night. Do you know what verse that is? Because I genuinely haven't seen it. I just want to.
In Ezekiel, there's ones where it says, you shall eat fat until you're filled and drink blood until you're drunk at the sacrificial feast I'm preparing for you. So there's blood drinking. Although I think it's animal blood, but that still sounds a little witchcrafty to me. And then there's a bunch of cannibalism ones, but let me find the good one. Where's my little time travel one? Sorry, there's so many.
Yeah, and I just want
raping children.
I want to note something. You know, I've looked into, like, I know you say stay away from it, but just because this is what we're talking about. I've kind of like looked into a little bit of like what the other book says. You know, there's the Bible and then there's the Satanist book that they use and they read. And a lot of it is more like the whole thing with Satanism. It was like, there's nothing, nothing exists. There's no principalities. You just have to act nice and then nothing kind of matters. And then you do have to like make little sacrifices, I guess, for the devil. But with Christianity, it was like, it's kind of, they make it obvious of like the pain and stuff, they make it obvious, but with Satanism and the darkness, it's not always obvious. It like creeps in kind of in like different ways. Like you think everything you're doing is fine, but then you just have to look at like the results of doing all that, and then you'll look around at your life and be like, wow, I actually wake up and like hate myself every day.
Okay. Yeah. You don't have to do either of them. Is what I would suggest. But here's where in Deuteronomy is one of them. He's saying, like, because you didn't serve the Lord, here's what's going to happen to you. And the Lord will bring a nation from far away, from the end of the earth. They swoop down on you like an eagle, a grim-faced nation showing no respect to the old or favor to the young. So he says, you don't believe in me, so I'm going to get a different nation to come kill all your old and young people. It shall consume the fruit of your livestock and the fruit of your ground until you're destroyed, leaving you neither grain, wine, and oil, nor the increase of your cattle and the issue of your flock until it has made you perish. Here's where it... wait, where is it coming? In the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you. He's saying, I'm going to wreck your town so bad that you have nothing left and you end up eating your own children to stay alive. And he does, like later this happens. And that's the same God from the New Testament. This is Jesus. It's the same guy.
Yes. So, and I know it's like, right, absolutely disgusting. And so for me, it's like, I don't think God is sitting there like wanting this to happen. I think he's giving people the choice and he's telling you, if you don't come with me, this is what will happen. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's just literally, I'm only doing this because it's the same chapter. This is all in chapter 28. And when it has this line where it says, and just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, like he does enjoy making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land you're entering to possess. Literally that same story about this. He's saying, I'm going to like it. I'm going to take delight in wrecking you like this. So yeah, he does like it. Biblically.
I don't know where he says he, sitting there enjoying it, but
I just read it. That's where it says, he will take delight in bringing you to ruin.
well, I mean, I will say, it makes him angry when people don't take his word, and I know that's kind of scary.
Yeah, me too.
I
I get angry when people don't listen to me. I don't kill them.
Right.
Right? That would be
Well,
crazy. Yeah.
There's a lot more nuance with God, and I don't think he wants people. I mean, he wants the people that will love the sacrifice of his son and just love him to prosper, I guess. And it's just, it is kind of messed up for, like, I guess people that don't,
Kind of messed. It's
I'm not even here
eternal torture. It's not kind of messed up. It's like the
Yeah.
worst thing you could do.
Well, I'm
Look,
not even here to change your mind. I'm just kind of like giving
no, I know.
my-
I am trying to change your mind, like actively trying to just like to be like, I'm not trying to like hide that. I think you would be better off walking away from this. Like, I also know, by the way, that the Bible has some good verses. Maybe there's some stuff in there that helps keep you sane and someone keeps you together. So I get that. And like I said at the beginning, if this is the only thing keeping you from like doing personal injury in any way, great. Go to church, do that. That's fine. But just, when you, like, if you can find another avenue, or if you can do it on your own, if you can find the strength within Ashlyn to want Ashlyn to survive and want Ashlyn to thrive, then you can do it without religion. You'll have a better life, and you won't support the religion that is homophobic, that is misogynistic, that is problematic, that has all this stuff in it. You won't like be involved in this at all. You can
And-
set all that darkness aside and live your own
I
life.
do want to say I apologize on behalf of Christians that have been hateful toward those people, toward LGBTQ people, toward anybody who, identifies with that. It's going about it with hate is not the way, and that's why a lot of people hate the church and hate Christianity, because a lot of people go about it with hate, and you're not supposed to hate people. You're not supposed to condemn people, because we are not better than anybody else. That's just kind of what I think. And so
But it says it in the book, though. Like, they're right. That's the same book that you're following. They should be apologizing for you. Sorry about Ashlyn. She's not homophobic enough. I'm on your side. Absolutely. Like, it's monstrous to do that, but it says that in the book. It says to do that stuff.
to like condemn those who do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that. It also, there's so much in this book, right? There's so much going on. And I do recognize there's contradictions. And so I just choose to go with the one that always feels better, like more loving to do. Like, if there's, it does say to love your neighbor, and you are not above, God, you're not above anybody. So I don't condemn people for that. If that's how they really feel, that's between them. And
I think,
themselves.
I get that, Ashlyn, but I think you could just like write yourself a little note that says, be nice to your neighbors. And then you could toss the Bible aside and just read, Ashlyn thinks. Ashlyn thinks this, not God thinks this, because God's the monster from the Bible. And I know there are powerful verses in here that like help people get through stuff, but just like literally write them down yourself and maybe like change them a little bit so they make more sense to you. And you can use that and be self-affirming, but then you don't have to follow this other stuff. Like there's this verse I use sometimes personally as an atheist, where it says, let me find it real quick. It's like a Psalms thing. Habit of lying, cowards men cause the Israelites endure certain people join the crying. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. Until the faint-hearted cry, Lord, deliver us, which we send up to heaven today, would be transformed into an ardent prayer. Almighty God, bless our arms when the hour comes. Be just as thou hast always been just. Judge now if we deserve our freedom. Lord, bless our struggle. But it's more about like the passing hour part. Like you think about, this is hard right now, but don't worry about right now. The future will get better. So this, I mean, do you know this verse at all? Or does this help you in any way?
honestly, I'm not like that well equipped in like just knowing the verses. I got back into Christianity a year ago, so I'm like,
Yeah. But it's a good verse, right?
it is. There's a lot going on there. Yes.
But here's the problem, Ashlyn. That's from Hitler's book that he wrote called Mein Kampf. It's not from the Bible. It's a literal quote from Hitler.
Wow.
It's useful. So should we keep Mein Kampf around on our bookshelves and just like and do that? No,
and this is something I was about to touch on actually.
Yeah, I would still throw the book out, right? I would still like, even though there's some verses in the Bible that are like your neighbor, that's cool. The other stuff says to kill children and hate gay people. Toss the book out. Write down your own, like, Ashlyn, you know that you want to like neighbors. You don't need a Bible to tell you that. Write it down for yourself.
So, okay, I completely get what you're saying. So, and I have paid attention. A lot of Christians read that, and we pay very close attention to that because it is something really scary to read. And so what I do and what a lot of us do is look at the product of what reading the book does for us. And a lot of it is we get together every Sunday morning and we actually, like, it's a lot of good things that end up coming from becoming a part of this group. And a lot of it, like, I've started, like, just personally, just me, my testimony, I've got into, like, I want to start volunteering to help, like, kids be taken care of during the day when their parents are doing stuff. And I would have never taken that route had I not, like, started kind of not living for myself anymore and kind of living in, like, what I thought God wants me to do.
I love that. And by the way, when I was Christian, I did a little of that. But then when I left Christianity, I didn't for a long time. And then later I was like, I just want to do that. And so I started volunteering my time and I started doing like similar stuff. And I still do that sometimes. I have a family now. I'm super busy. It's a little hard. Like, I spend my time raising my children who are not being raised right now. But before that, like, I literally like was volunteering, helping children, like doing good deeds, donating money, doing all this stuff as an atheist, because I realized if there isn't a God out there watching after us, it's up to us to take care of each other. And that actually, once that hit me, I was like, oh shit, I like people and I want them to do well. And so I started helping people for the sake of people, not because God wanted me to or something. And I found communities, I found friends, I found the same stuff that you get on Sunday morning, but without the baggage of this Old Testament stuff. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to like try and struggle with that making sense. I just get to help people for people, and there's no magic or scary things involved.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. I'm glad that works for you. Yeah, I think this has been a really valuable conversation.
I do too.
Hope it sparked some people's thoughts out there.
I do too, and I'd like to talk to you again. I think that you have a really interesting situation and a perspective on this, and I appreciate that. And I'm not up here, like, we do like get into debates with some people, but like the main goal, the whole thing that we're doing is like helping people escape the clutches of religion. And sometimes it's the case that it's got a hold of people who are scared of hell, or they think there's no way to like live without it. And we're here to say, like, there absolutely is. It's perfectly fine, and you don't have to worry about dark demonic energy anymore or acting right so God likes you. You just get to live your own damn life, and it's a lot better. So I want to keep talking to you, and we can encourage each other to try some of the stuff, but I'm glad that you're well, and I do think this was a good talk as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And
All right.
I just want to say, one more thing is, like, for the people that, obviously you've never had those dark encounters, but there is people, especially women, because we're really feely, we pick up on things, we have a lot more empathy, intuition. A lot of women end up dealing with dark entities. They'll see things, they'll actually, like, they'll see these dark entities. And so for those people that are actually dealing with that, it's really hard to just tell them, like, hey, they don't exist.
I know. By the way, I used to see them. I used to think that was all real too. I get what you're saying too. There's I don't know if that's like necessarily specifically towards women, but maybe there's a bit more of
I
that.
think we have gifts, you know. I think
Like,
we're
I don't
gifted.
think that's a genetic thing, but probably because of the patriarchy, you're almost forced into a position where you because you've been stomped on, you like feel for other people's stompings that they're going through. So I could see that being the case, but I just, I used to think I was seeing dark energies and hearing dark voices and seeing spirits and stuff too. I used to believe in all that stuff, and I thought I was in tune with it, and then later realized it was just like psychological and stuff that I was dealing with. So yeah. Anyways, let's talk about it more some other time.
Already.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
Thanks, Ashlyn.
Thank you so much.
Oh, right on. Thanks much. Yeah, I think like, I don't usually get down with the stuff where it's like women are more nurturing or men are more this kind of stuff, because I think that that's just not always true. But I do think that, like, I guess I already said it, but because of we live in a patriarchy, that oftentimes women are going to be forced into more empathetic understandings because they've felt the foot of the man on them, just like it would be the case with like other, with like minority groups or anyone else who's getting like basically pushed down. So I don't know. I'm super privileged, so maybe I'm speaking out of line there, but I could see that I could see how that could be the case, maybe. Feel free to come correct me, though. I'm open-minded on all that stuff, of course. It's Atheist Sunday School, everybody. Some of y'all call it ass. I don't use that kind of language myself, but we're talking about why I walked away from God. And if you're an atheist, you can come up and say one thing. If you're a Christian, you can come up, we'll have a conversation. Luke, what's your age and religion?
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm 34 years old. Religion would be Christianity.
Well, welcome in. What would you like to talk about?
Well, honestly, I just stumbled upon your live. I thought it was interesting. It says you walked away from God. Ask me why. So, just wanted to ask you why.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking a little bit with the last guest about some of the scary verses in the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's some stuff in the New Testament that is for sure not okay. And as I was reading that, I was sorry, I need some water. I was just like trying to reconcile that with reality. And we see in the Bible all these times that God is like intervening. Something bad is about to happen, like someone's sick, he cures them. The Hebrews are about to get killed by the Egyptians. He muddles them and opens the Red Sea so they can get through. Like he is involved in helping people, have these great lives where they don't have to deal with that stuff. And then I'm like, in high school going, well, why are we dealing with this stuff then? We weren't being chased by Egyptians in high school, but I mean, like, people were having like hardships, and I was like, why isn't he doing anything? And I kind of realized, like, I don't think he's real, because he doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Okay, so you're like a hard atheist, basically. Mm-hmm. Like you don't believe in any sort of God.
Yeah, super hard.
Okay. And that's just so I understand. I mean, the Bible is a hard book to understand. I'm not going to claim that I understand it. So I can see like a lot of things why a lot of people have walked away from God or the religion in general. But how did you come to the conclusion that there's just nothing out there?
Like no God?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, like I said, I'm reading the Bible where that's where the character God came from, and then I stopped believing that the Bible is true, so the God character also isn't like true, right? That's like he's like the main character from the book that I was like, oh, this turned out to not be true, so I don't believe in him. And I just, like, some people jump to believe in some other God. I just didn't really do that. I was like, oh, I just don't think there's a God.
Okay, so you used to be Christian, and then you kind of use your own, I guess, discernment to realize that, okay, like this Bible doesn't make sense, so then God doesn't make sense, so then God must not be real, and that's just kind of where it ended?
Yep.
Okay. And you never like consider like what if I'm wrong?
I've thought about it before, but I don't think I am. I don't find any reason to think that there is one.
Okay. All right. And so I'm curious. So I just kind of hopped on. I'm not sure if like you're just like trying to debate or just having conversations, but I'm curious like what even caused that spark. You know, like you told me that you read some verses that made you start questioning it. Like, did you grow up in like a religious home? Because for me, for instance, like I hate the word religion because and even with Christianity, because it's associated with so many like negative things, you know, like people hating on others because they don't believe the same thing or because they practice different, you know, just socially like different communities, or like take the LGBTQ community, you know, like a lot of Christians hate on that. So there's such a negative, and it does happen, a negative attachment to it. But I think that's like really far from what it was supposed to be. I mean, I don't think it was ever. I mean, is there anywhere in the Bible that you saw like that, like call people to hate on gay people or anything, like people who didn't practice Christianity?
Yeah, I mean, like, absolutely. Like, well, especially just for people who don't practice, like if you don't believe in God, you know, he kills you. But there is like, you know, you shall not lie, like men shouldn't lie with men. And when they say lie, they mean like fuck. If a man lies with a man as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination and should be put to death. That's in the Bible.
Oh man, that's crazy. Where is that in the Bible?
Let's look at. I just looked online. Let's double check. I have the Bible, Leviticus. I don't have that one tabbed in here. I should have that one tabbed. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. We're looking at 20 and 13. Okay, 20. Let's start at 10. If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, so there's like if a guy hooks up with his neighbor's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death. So they both get killed, which I think is too, like, don't sleep with your neighbor's wife, but that's too strict, I think.
Yeah.
The man who lies with his father's wife has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall be put to death. So that's if like you fuck your mom or maybe your stepmom, then you both they had like multiple wives back then, so it wouldn't necessarily be your like direct mom, but like one of your dad's other wives. If you have sex with them, then the wife and you both get put to death. And then in 12 it says if a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them are put to death. They've committed perversion. And if a man lies with a male as with a woman, like if you hook up with a man the way that you would with a woman, they have, I lost it. As with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death. So it's not like a relation. Like it's not like your dad's buddy or your neighbor's husband. It's just if you hook up with any male, you've committed an abomination and shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. Also, if a man takes a wife and her mother also is depravity, and they shall be burned to death, both he and they, that there may be no depravity among you. So you burn them alive. So if you, it doesn't specifically say burning for the gay one. That's only if you like hook up with a lady and her mom, then all three of you get burned, I think, or just you and the mom maybe. But it does say death for the gay thing. So look, I'm against this. I think this is insane. Obviously, I think you are too, because you seem like a normal person. But if you're saying, oh, God wrote the Bible and the Bible's true, and Jesus is saying, hey, the Bible's true, I'm God from the Old Testament, then you have to look at that and go, that's what God said, the guy who made the universe. Should we do that? Like, I think that's insane. I think that's just what people were writing back then because they didn't know that it was nuts, and they just said God said it. It's just not true, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that is ludicrous. I mean, everything that you read, obviously.
No, it's called Leviticus. Leviticus is what it's.
No, I was saying, like, that's a ludicrous thing.
Ludicrous, chapter 20, verse 13. Oh, it's, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like crazy, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who wrote Leviticus, but that is an insane take on how to handle those situations. No
if it
argument.
were God and God was good, and it would say like, and if a man lies with another man, that's nice. Have a good time, right? Like that's what it should say. Be cool to each other.
Yeah.
Use
No,
lube.
so you're funny, man. Yeah, no, but so that's Leviticus. I mean, that's the Old Testament. And again, I don't know who wrote that book, or like
some homophobe, right? Like it's
well,
people
clearly,
think,
yeah. I mean,
people think it was Moses,
like
but it's not
extreme.
really clear. Yeah.
Yeah. So the only thing with that is like the Old Testament, I'm not going to claim to understand it, but from the Gospels, like Jesus talked about like fulfilling the law so that men wouldn't have to, right? So I don't think Jesus ever condemned homosexuality or like commanded anyone be stoned or burned or killed.
I mean, he just said to like follow the Old Testament laws.
Did he though?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That with someone earlier, and I don't normally.
Sorry, yeah, I hopped on.
No, it's okay. I'm only bringing it up because I don't normally read this stuff, but
Gotcha.
because I don't think it's, like true. But when he is in, I think it's Matthew 20 something. Where is it? You know how Jesus was always arguing with the Pharisees?
Yeah.
So these are like, like Jewish leaders and stuff. And they're like, we run the temple kind of thing. I'm trying
Right,
to
like
find
teachers.
the one. Yeah. He's denouncing scribes and Pharisees. Let me just find it again here. And I'm sure everyone in chat is just saying it, but when is it in Matthew, guys? We were just reading it. There's this thing where the Pharisees are like, hey, why didn't you wash your hands? The tradition is that we wash our hands, and your guys aren't washing their hands, and that's not from the Old Testament. That's just like a newer tradition. And then, okay, Matthew 15. They're saying, just so I can actually bring it up here. Thank you for that. Yeah, there it is. Tradition of the elders. So they're saying, why didn't you wash your hands? Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat, which I agree with them. You should wash your hands before you eat. I think that's a good idea. But they weren't. Jesus was like, we don't care about that. And Jesus says, and why do you, so he answers the question with a question. That's his move. Why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father and mother whatever supports you might have had from is given to God. So, he's saying you're not following those old rules. One second. I'll put this back on mic here. My wife was just curious. The verse we're talking about is the Pharisees. You always hear about. They're like the religious leaders. They go to Jesus and they're like, "Why aren't you guys washing your hands before you eat?" Because they're kind of like dirty. And instead of saying why, he said, "Why don't you follow the old rules?" Because in the Old Testament it says that you should kill your children if they disobey you, and you're not doing that. You should do that. And then they're like, ugh. It says it says like EEEUUGH. The Pharisees went ugh together. It's a rare verse. No, he's saying follow the letter of the law. You guys are all changing my dad's rules, and we should be following the old rules. Yeah, huh? And he didn't wash his hands before he ate. Yeah. So that wasn't one of the old rules. That's like a newer one. And he's like, that's a new rule. I don't care about that. We follow these old ones where you kill your kids if they disobey you. Ugh. Yeah. So anyways, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a weird verse for sure. There's also like, it's worth just pointing out too, and this isn't Jesus's words, but the story of Jesus is written by these other people. We don't have any of Jesus's writings. He didn't write any of this.
Right.
It's all just. Can you come show that? You don't want to show your face. The cat in my wife's shirt. It's cute. Okay. The cat didn't want to show her face. Sorry. So, but we hear about Jesus from these other people, and one of the other people is Jude. The book of Jude, just before Revelation, says, "I desire to remind you once and for all that Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt and afterward destroyed those who did not believe." That's like clearly saying Jesus is the one who killed all the Egyptians in the Old Testament. He drowned them in the Red Sea. And the other Israelites who didn't believe, he does this thing with quail, where he like basically makes them choke on quail. Thousands of them die, and it's saying Jesus is the guy who did that. That was his whole thing. Jesus is like, I'm the guy. I'm the one who did that. So I don't know. This is like part of why I left, is you realize that like we're taught that Jesus is like fixing all of the bad stuff from the Old Testament. They don't phrase it like that, but that's kind of how they reconcile it. But A, there shouldn't be any bad stuff in the Old Testament if God is all good, and B, he doesn't. Jesus comes and says like, yeah, keep up on that stuff. I killed all those people. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's saying that. I always like the verse that you read where he's like calling out the Pharisees for not following the law, when they're calling out somebody for not washing their hands. I thought it was more like, you're not doing the law that you claim we should do, so why are you calling out somebody else for not doing something when you're not following the law to a T? I thought his whole thing was just he fulfilled the law so that the rest wouldn't have to, because it would be impossible to fulfill whatever, like all the laws that like no human could be what he had like demanded from humanity. So that's why he came and died for people, right? So
kind of like, yeah, it's a good point. He demanded humanity do stuff that they were incapable of doing, and then he punishes them for it. And so then he sends someone to be really good and then die for it, and that fixes it. How does that fix it? What the fuck?
I think the whole thing is so that you wouldn't have to, right? Like he sent his son to do it so that people wouldn't have to.
Yeah, but for a long time, people did have to, and that sucked for that period of time. And then a guy dies, so now we don't have to? Why? Why didn't he just snap his fingers and we don't have to? Like, what is happening? Like, why is there blood magic? What's happening, It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he is a bloody god, right? He demands sacrifice.
Yeah. That never really dawned on me until later. Joel is the one who I don't know if do you know who Joel Reed's Bible is?
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's so good. Like, he's just probably the best atheist, I would say, of all time. And so we're best friends. And he's the one that brought it to my attention that it didn't have to be sacrifice. It could have been anything else to redeem you from sin. He brings up, why not make it tickled by a feather? You do a sin, you get tickled by a feather. Jesus would be, instead of up on a cross, the Romans would have held him down and been like, coochie, 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 coo, and everything would be forgiven. And it sounds silly, but it's God. It would have worked. He chose the bloody sacrifice, all the lambs dying, all the children dying, method. It's grotesque.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is it's hard to understand. It really is. So can I ask you something?
Yeah.
A little bit switching topics. So
sure.
Because I like I said before, I understand, reading the Bible and walking away from that, but do you believe in a spiritual realm at all or no?
No.
No.
I guess I don't know exactly what it means. Definitely not another realm. I don't think of it that way. Depending on how you define spiritual, I may or may not fall in line with it. Daniel, if you guys, people in the chat know, Daniel told me once that spiritual, the way that sometimes psychologists refer to it, means you just feel connected to your environment around you. Could just be your natural environment or your house or something. Yeah, I feel that. I feel like I live in this house for sure. I feel connected to the people in our Discord. So if that's what you mean by it, yeah. But if you mean that there's a secret ghost realm where there's all these invisible things controlling our minds, no, I don't think that's real.
Paranormal stuff, ghosts, just any paranormal activity.
No, I saw a ghost once, but I don't believe in them.
You saw a ghost once?
Hmm.
Wait, but you don't believe in ghosts?
Yeah, but I mean, eyes can be deceiving, right? You know, like eyes aren't perfect. So I thought I saw a ghost, and then like later I realized that just wasn't what I thought I saw a lot of ghosts, but there's one in particular where I was like, that was the hand of a see-through thing. You know what I mean? At a place that it was unnatural for a human hand to be. And then I realized later I was probably like half dreaming or something. I just bit my lip, started bleeding. No, I'm good. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty skeptical. I'll see a ghost and still not believe in it, because I think that it's more likely that I was like just a bit confused. I just like it just wasn't true, than that when you die you float around as a semi-invisible thing. You know, thanks to the Xena raid coming in.
Right. Yeah. So like one of the things that I witnessed that wasn't pleasant, but I can't explain it, was like possessions on people, right? Like, I don't know if you ever walk down the streets of LA, but you see some crazy stuff, like almost unnatural. So like, do you believe in that?
Yeah, that's drugs, man. Like so that absolutely. I'm in LA. Like I know exactly what you're talking about. You go downtown, you hit Skid Row, and it's scary. But that is actually what brains do on those types of substances. That's what happens, and it's definitely scary, but it's unfortunately supernatural. Actually, I guess that's good. It's natural, because if it were demons, then we'd all be like succumbing to it. But all you have to do is like not do drugs, and you'll probably be fine. I mean, some people end up with like just are genetically predisposed to certain like I don't know, certain ailments, maybe you'd say, that can make it seem like they're possessed, but that's just how like brains work. That's neurology.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I used to go down to downtown Skid Row and like hand out these little like mini like backpacks, or like little bags full of granola bars, dry socks, Q-tips, like just some like necessities, and a couple of like snacks and stuff. Sure. And hand them around. And I did it once with a Christian. It was an interesting time, because we were talking like this, and he was like, well, atheists don't do anything good. And I was like, I'm going again this Saturday. You want to come with me? And so we went together and did it. And it was kind of cool. And he was like, I didn't expect you to actually show up. And like, I was like showing him how to do it and stuff. And he was like, this is actually really cool. And, he's still, I don't know him now, but I think he's still a Christian probably, but it was just an interesting, this is like a different topic, but it's a cool thing to show that like, you don't have to go to church to do good. You can just like do good. Yeah. Q-tips. Like there's a lot of stuff that they don't have access to that you'd be surprised. You think you just want to give them a bunch of money and a bunch of burgers, but you give them some like dry socks and some like bathroom necessities like toilet paper and stuff, and they are like, holy shit, like I need this, and they don't even like realize, they're not even thinking about it. They do it. It's like really, really good. Yes, Miranda, and also some pads sometimes. We'd have 2 bags. Absolutely. I haven't done that in a while, but it's also like, it is really dangerous down there to go around with a backpack full of goods. And I have a family now, so I have to be a little bit more careful with how I distribute the things like that. So
Sure. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. I've done that stuff before, and I've seen some crazy things that, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just drugs and people doing like supernatural things because of the drugs. Maybe it's something else.
Wouldn't it be a weird coincidence if every time a demon possessed someone, it was right after they had done a bunch of drugs? Like that would be a pretty weird coincidence. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah. I mean that would just not be a coincidence, right? That would just be drugs.
It's probably just drug. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, all right, man. Well, I saw your live. I mean, you seem like a pretty level-headed dude. I like the conversation that you had before. I just wanted to ask you that question and just kind of see like what you believed in. But I appreciate you talking to me. You're a funny guy. I'll probably follow you and like watch your lives more.
Tune in, man. We have fun. Sometimes we get ridiculous. Sometimes we get into like more heated debates with people. But like I'm saying, the goal of what we're doing here is to help people who are kind of like not sure if everything the church told them was true. It's not, right? Like churches say a lot of stuff, and show them more stuff, and then like help people deconstruct. Because either way, even if you remain a Christian, you should deconstruct your indoctrination, break free of what you were taught, and then look at the truth of what it actually says in there and decide if you want to sign back up. Read the Bible for real instead of having like what youth pastors taught you, and look at it for real and say, here's what is really in line for you. You want to sign up and be part of the God that said to kill toddlers? Sign up out on the dotted line, like right here at the bottom. Just remember, it's the guy that said to kill toddlers more than once. So you just got to make sure that you know what you're getting into, and that's our goal here.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for talking to me.
All right, take care. Thanks, Luke.
You too.
For Luke, everybody. For Luke. Named after the Bible book itself. The third of the New Testament? Matthew, Mark, Luke. Yeah. Okay. Kyle, hi, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
My name's Luke on the screen. I don't know why, but I'm good. I'm a Christian.
It's still doing that like leftover thing. I don't know why.
Yeah. I'm 20. I'm a Christian, and just want to ask you why you walked away from God.
Yeah, so we've been talking about a lot of different things. There were several reasons. The problem of evil really caught me, but I didn't know it was called that at the time. But this thing where it was like people are going through hardships and God's not helping them when he should be if he's all good. And then also just some of these like logical contradictions that you hear about, these like paradoxes that like, can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it? Those types of, there's a bunch of those that you hear them and it's like, there's no answer for this. And I kept thinking there's no answer, or I would do like the dumb answer of like, yeah, he could make that rock and then he would lift it. And I thought that solved it. But now I'm like, that doesn't fix it. That means he can't do it. Right. So like I used to like think I had the solution, and then I was like, oh, there just isn't a solution. And then later I realized there is a solution. He's not real. That fixes all of those problems. It like solves all of them,
Right. Just kind of like jump right into it, I guess, from what I wanted to say. Like, I've heard you mention like God commanded like the killing of children and stuff like that. First thing that comes to my head is like, I'm just curious what you were to say to this. Like when Jesus came, he made like this new covenant to type of kind of like get rid of all the old sacrifices and stuff and make things new. I guess like, would you say that Jesus coming kind of made that new covenant and like he was a sacrifice instead of, animals and, the violence? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I took it too, that we used to kill animals and now Jesus did that. And that was the last, time. Right. But what I'm saying is, I mean, like when he commands the slaughter of children, that wasn't like a sin sacrifice as much, because then he would have just said, oh, the Amalekites are being bad, let's go over there and just kill their animals, because that would solve the sin, right? But he instead killed the toddlers. and that's where I'm kind of like, is this about the sacrifice and sin and stuff, or is this because it does say it that they just wanted the Amalekites' land? They're going to get their land, so they kill them off because they don't like, every time they get their land, there's this battle, so they just genocide them, and then they can have that area. It's like southern Israel now.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I guess what I would say to that is just I am not familiar with the context of that, but what if I were to, I guess, just guess right now, would be that they were doing something, I guess, wrong in God's eyes, and I guess that was his way. I let me just ask you, do you know the context of that? Like why he actually killed them? Like what were the kids doing?
I'm glad you asked, because we do this once a show and we haven't done it yet, but it's time for our daily reading of the Amalekite story. Missed it. Hold on. Lower.
There we go.
All right. In 1 Samuel 15:3, we get what is the most horrific story in the Bible, in my opinion. The most irreconcilable, terrible story. Now, the Amalekites show up a few times throughout the Bible. The first that we hear of them is really early on. It's like they're descendants of Abraham. Abraham has Esau, and then Esau has a kid, and that kid has Amalek. And Amalek goes off and starts their own tribe. And then they, the Israelites go into slavery in Egypt, and then they escape Egypt, drowned the Egyptian soldiers, and then they're off on their own. And as they're making their way, they don't really have a place to live yet. They're nomadic, traveling through the desert for 40 years or whatever. And Esau is funny. Then at one point, because there's like 1 million of them, these Amalekites come up and they're like, there's people walking through our land. Let's go get their stuff. And they're carrying all this Egyptian gold and stuff because they robbed the Egyptians. And so they go and they fight, but the Hebrews win. They fight them off and they win. The Amalekites leave. And God says, for what they just did, even though we won the battle, we're going to kill all of them one day. Every Amalekite will die. And so this is now 400 years later. 16 generations have passed. So the Amalekites that did that fight, grandkids, 16 times, are still around. And now Samuel and Saul are in charge. Are you still here, Kyle? You went on to Teacup. I just want to make sure you're hearing this. Can't hear you if you're okay. Just maybe if you're looking at the Bible or something, that's fine. So, so that's the context that leads up to this. 16 generations later, it's time to finally get back at them. Even though they won the fight, now they're going to go in and finish it up. So, the Lord says, "I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." I love donkeys. I hate this verse. I think kids are cool too, but it's the donkeys that actually makes me the saddest. And so they do. They go through and they slaughter everyone except the king. They leave the king alive and a couple of the animals. And God's pissed. He's like, "I said everyone," and so they have to then chop the king into bits too.
Okay. No, that was a good explanation of the context for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some. I would love to hop back on, maybe give you an explanation of 1 Samuel 15, something you maybe didn't hear.
I've heard them all.
How long are you on the live for?
I'm probably just going to be here for another hour or so. But yeah, people come up and say a lot of different things. Like, imagine for a second, before you go look up the apologetics of what it is, let's just imagine what some of the things could be. Some people say, like, those people were... do the thing for sure, but I'll just tell you, you're going to see some people are going to say, those people were terrible. They were sacrificing children. Okay, so we don't want people to kill children, so what we're going to do is kill their children? That's exactly what they wanted. That doesn't make any sense, right? Okay, so that's dumb. Obviously, some people will say, like, all of those infants could have grown up to be like Hitler's or something. Like, they all could have been terrible. Well, that means that God's like taking away their free will at a young age, and all these babies are going to hell or something. Like, that's weird. Even if they go to heaven, then it's like weird too, because then why didn't God kill baby Hitler and just take baby Hitler to heaven instead of wait for grown-up Hitler to go to heaven? Like, that would have been better. Like, that doesn't really solve it. Some people say they didn't really do it. That's what okay, great. The Bible's not true. That's what I'm saying. I'm an atheist. I'm on board with that. That's hopefully what you come back with. Hopefully I'm saying this isn't true. God didn't really say this. When God commands stuff in the Bible, it's just people writing it. That's what I think. I think that's the best answer. And that the Hebrews were monsters. They were just insane, right?
Gotcha. Okay, man. Yeah, for sure. Well, I'll do some research on that, pop back in, have another conversation. Hopefully a little more in depth. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you so much. Take care.
Take care, man.
And that was the Amalekite story. Amalekites are not completely extinct. As a people group, they are, yes. But there are some lineages that pass on. There were some people who were like half. There were some Amalekite slaves. So while they wiped out that entire group, in other places there were living Amalekite slaves. And so they did, continue on in that way. Yep. And it shows up in Esther. There's someone in Esther who they call themselves an Agite, something the Agite, I think, a Gagatite or something like that. And what they do is, or what some people think is that because King Agag had I guess like a terrible gag reflex is why they called him that, but he is the king from this story that they end up chopping up into pieces. But it's packing tape, for people who are wondering. I know it just sounds like a huge fart, but it just letting them know. Yeah, she's just doing packing tape. Anyway, so they think maybe the guy who's an Agite was like a descendant of that group. Yeah, that king was disassembled for sure. Yeah, but he isn't the one. They didn't chop him up and send his body parts around. That was a different lady. That's not that one. But there's a lot of chop ups happening. They said he was a what's the word that they use? Hewn, Hewn, I don't know how to say that. Hewn to pieces. Let me see it. Is that it? First Samuel. Okay. Samuel hewed, Hewed. Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Lord in Giggle. This guy's name is Agag, and the city is Gilgal. Yeah, hewed means chopped up, right? I mean, in pieces, right? Hewed, chop or cut with an axe or other tool. Yeah, hewed and chopped into pieces. Ugh. Yeah, who's the Agite? Esther book Agite. Agagite. Hey man, Haman, the prime minister of Persia. Really? He was the PM of Persia? Wow, interesting. Yeah, he refers to himself as the Haman, the Agagite. The Agagites. Yeah, so there you go. When is that? What verse is this guy even in? Hey man, the Agagite. The name has been equated with the Persian name Omans. Haman in the Hebrew. Oh, here we go. Okay. As described in the book of Esther, Haman was the son of Hamadatha the Agagite. Oh, so he's the son of an Agagite. Yeah, all the king's servants required to bow down to Haman, but Mordecai refused. I love the name Mordecai. You guys listen to the band Mordecai? Or no, sorry. Mordecai is the name of the best song by Between the Buried and Me. That's the band's name is Between the Buried, but Mordecai is a song. There's probably a band called Mordecai too, but I'm talking about Between the Buried and Me. I don't like that the throaty metal that has like which they do some of that in Between the Buried and Me, and I skip those parts. But when that band sings for real, God, they're so good. So good, yeah. And of course, Regular Show. Randy knows what's up. Yeah. Fucking love Regular Show. That's good. Okay, so yeah, the Jews kill about 75,000 of their enemies in self-defense. Once you're up to 75,000, is it still self-defense? Maybe it is. Okay. Intended to beg mercy from Esther, but which the king interpreted as a sexual advance. Haman had fallen on Esther's cooch? I gotta find out what verse is this? Hold on. Hold on. Here's some background music while I figure this out. Okay. Esther, Mordecai. Esther becomes the queen. There's all these different people in it, yeah. Esther saves the Jews. Haman's downfall. Okay, here we go. Still talking with him, prepared the king and Haman went into the feast. So Haman is maybe the last Amalekite. Shall be granted you even half my kingdom. Queen Esther answered, if I've won your favor. We've been sold. The king Ahasuerus said to Esther, who is he who has presumed to do this? And Esther said, a foe and an enemy, this wicked Haman. Then Haman was terrified before the king and the queen. The king rose from the feast in wrath and went into the palace garden. But Haman stayed to beg his life from Queen Esther, for he saw the king and determined to destroy him. When the king returned from the palace in the banquet hall, Haman had thrown himself on the couch. Oh, not cooch. Sorry. The couch where Esther was reclining. And the king said, will he even violate the queen in my presence, in my own house? So he thinks that Haman is trying to get with Esther because they're sitting on the couch together. And he's like, I'm just on the couch. And so he says, then Harbona, one of the eunuchs in attendance on the king, said, look, the very pole that Haman has prepared for Mordecai, his dick's out, I guess, whose word saved the king, stands at Haman's house 50 cubits high. Nice. And the king said, hang him on that. So they hung Haman on the pole that he had prepared for Mordecai. Then the anger of the king abated. So yeah, that might be one of the last Amalekites there. Or maybe their bloodline continues on to this very day. Maybe. It's a little bit of Annie Lennox there, as we're missing our friend Joel, who's missing me, I hope, and all of you, I'm sure, but also in action. He's missing. So we're looking for him, and we'll let you know if he pops up. He did show up, I understand, briefly in Born Again's live before he showed up in my live, and then he did show up in this one, but just also very, very briefly. Cat Mom, welcome in. You're not missing. You're right here.
True.
What's your age and religion?
47 atheist.
Congratulations on having the correct worldview. We're glad you could join us in this in the thrilling life that we live here on the short life on our world. What thing would you like to say today?
Okay, I have kind of a question. I guess not kind of a question, actually a question.
Intriguing.
Okay, so Christians believe that if God tells you to do something, that makes it okay.
Right.
So should there be there are some people that kill their families because God told them to, or do other horrible things because God told them to. Should there be a separate God court where if you can prove that God told you to do it, you go free?
Oh man, people would abuse that. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, right? So like if you like there's that verse where Jesus says to go steal some donkeys, right? And so normally stealing bad, but like Jesus said to, it's fine. So I've thought about this before with abortion, because they're all like against abortion, but as far as they know, every single woman who gets an abortion, God told them to, as far as they can prove. And so it'd be kind of fun to be like, oh yeah, this is God. I normally know, but God requested this one, so we had to do the abortion. And then that's like a good loophole to make them think that this is fine, because they'll never come around that God isn't real. But that's God court. How would you who would you put in charge? Like a skeptic or a religious person? Who's the judge?
Well, see, I think there should be a jury of maybe like 601 people. So you can get all kinds of points of view.
Yeah. And an odd number.
They can vote, an odd number. So they can vote either guilty or not guilty. And the people that are making the claim have to go on the stand and say in what context God came to them and told them to do whatever. And if they have a reason that God told them to do it or anything like that. And then the people who are believers have to decide if that sounds like their God or not.
Man, that would be a great... Obviously, we televise this, right, so that we can all watch it and enjoy the insanity that ensues of people explaining what it is, and all these jurors being like, I'm a Christian, but hate that what they just said. Yeah, that's fun. I love this idea. I love
the jury questioning after the trial's over, when the jurors can send in questions about what happened. It would just be a ton of stuff like, how were you raised, and which church did you go to, and what denomination are you, and all of that kind of stuff.
A bunch of stuff that doesn't matter as to why they did whatever the crime is. Also, I like the idea it's like 300 Christians, 300 atheists, and then like one agnostic. Okay. Because none of the atheists are ever going to be convinced. Like, this is obviously bullshit. The agnostic probably won't. And I bet most of the Christians are gonna be like, not this time. Like it's gonna be 90 to 10, like 90% to 10% being like, no, that's not. It's never gonna be it. Even if you put Christians on there, it's not gonna be it. Because they don't think that God is commanding, like when like a mother like drowns her kids or something in a bathtub because they think God told them to or something. Like most Christians are gonna be like, not ours, not mine. Nope, right. No way, no how. Was that a baby sound I heard?
No, I am childless. Thank
God. For a second I thought I heard a baby
Lord.
crying, and I thought you were like in the bathtub right now. I was going to tell you. Okay, good. Just making sure.
Nope, it's a cat, an orange cat, an orange cat.
I love that. It's all orange and half blue, I'm sure, yeah.
Well, he does have white, but he's omni, so you figure it out.
I don't believe in your cat. I don't think it's real. It doesn't exist. Get the hell out of here. All right, thank you, cat mom.
Wait,
I appreciate.
1 second.
Oh,
One
sure.
second. When it's televised, the theme song should be Joel's context song.
Of course. Yeah. It just as soon as it starts, don't you know? And then the judge is like dancing on the theme song. Yep, I like it. I appreciate it. All right, cat mom, thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Talking about Joel and my life. It's technically my life. It's not real. Like, I mean, it's not a court song exactly, but they do court. It's law and it's order. I love the they have like a wood block in that song. Maybe we should loop it. We could loop. Let's loop the Law and Order SVU theme song. Uh-oh. Oh no. Can you guys hear me? My looper froze. Okay, weird. Oh no. Something bad has happened. My whole thing just froze. So I can't do that. I can't mute my mic. I can't control this looper. It's just like frozen. It's interesting that I'm still on. Oh, weird. Maybe I might have to turn it off and back on again. I'm going to be gone for a second. I mean, you'll still see me, but you won't be able to hear me. I'm going to try this. Oh, weird. I turned it off and it's just still on. Check, check, check. Okay. If you can hear this, write the word chump. Who put Joel? Chumpawumpa. Every one of you failed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. I don't know what just happened. We're back. We're good. All right. Yeah, come on up. Let's talk about it. Let's see what like tempo I did. I think it's like a 90 faster. 92. I hope this doesn't freeze again. A funky beat. I gotta find a wood block sound. Let's see if I can find. need like a more natural. It's close. It's more of a like. You know, it's got to be like a. Maybe I just do it with my mouth or some sticks. That sounds terrible. We'll try it. Yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Amir. Welcome in, Amir.
Hi, Mezzo.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. I just took a second to jam out to some Law and Order. I think
I love it.
I think that's the soundtrack to all of Law and Order, but I only do SVU really.
Yeah, I've kind of haven't seen the last few seasons, but yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I'm for sure behind, but I watched some of the cast left. Once Munch left, I wasn't as into it. He was one of my favorite characters. But how are you? What's good? What do you want to share with us today?
Good. Well, I had an anecdote that has been kind of grinding my gears for a couple of weeks, and I thought if I could share it, you might find it interesting. So I'll just jump into it. It's like, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. It was a nice day, and I was taking my kids and my sister's kids and a friend's kids, so like just myself and 6 little kids, about 8 to I guess 14, for a hike in a park. Mm-hmm. And we went to like a nice big state park, and at some point, there's like these wooden like primitive playground kind of things. So they want to hang out there for a while. Yeah, and I was like, well, I'll go check out this trail just for a little bit. And I went around just like not 50 feet away. And there was a little bridge, like a wooden bridge, but the creek was dry underneath. So I thought it'd be a cool little prank, because like it was just kind of down under and around these bushes. So I could like hear them. They were all like right there, just right above me. But like it was just them and myself, like no other people like nearby. So I thought it'd be spooky to kind of like get under the bridge and prank them.
Okay.
So I went under there and kind of like calling out my son's name, in a creepy voice. And I could hear them like the whole time. Like I didn't plan to do that until I got down there. And I was like, oh, this would be kind of cool spot.
This is old school trolling. Like we do internet and modern trolling, but under bridge trolling, that's classic troll maneuver. Yeah, I love it.
Yep, definitely. So, I'm like, yeah, I can hear them like, speculating, like my daughter is saying like, oh, he's probably went to pee, like they're wondering where I'm at. So I'm like thinking this is a good opportunity, So I start making like a weird like call to my son, and I can hear them like start like, oh, what's that? So anyway, it works out great, like I get them to come down, they get down to the bridge, and then I start banging from underneath. They freak out. They're having the best time,
People without kids are like, what are you doing? But when you have kids, you scare them for fun. That's part of it. Like for sure, for sure. Like, and they do it to you, and you prank each other back and forth. Totally.
But like while they were up there, one of them was kind of like, oh, what's going on? Like scary, And they're safe, like perfect. And like later, she's fine. She had a blast. It's the best time of her life. But like when we were done, so we're like walking away like 10 minutes later, and we're just kind of like, oh, that was a lot of fun. And I was like, so who was that, that sounded really scared? And she was like, it was me. I was really afraid. And I'm like, well, but like, what did you think? You were safe. It's a safe place. I mean, what did you think? Who was it going to be? And she was like, well, demons. And I was like, oh, silly. There's no demons. It was just me. And then she just goes like, yes, there are. And now I'm like, and that's really stuck with me, because like here I am teaching my kids in this crazy world of AI and everything to try to distinguish reality from like, entertainment in the world, and then I found myself like, anything else, I would feel empowered. If she like did something wrong, I could correct her. Obviously, I had implied authority from her parents to like, monitor behavior and all that stuff. But this is something where it's like, well, it's not my place to correct her about this. But it's like, well, that's so unhelpful. Like, there's no demons. Like, it's just a nice little park. Like, they might be like scary people around. There might be maybe animals, but not really in this park. So like, she really thought so. And I mean, this is a different family. It's not my place. We don't talk about this stuff a lot. But when you encounter something like that, it just really broke my heart a little bit. It's like, well, but sweetie, there's like don't waste your energy being afraid of that.
There's
That's
plenty
not
of real things to be scared of, for sure. Like bears, creeps, humans are scarier than demons anyways. But yeah, I know what you mean, that like, when you can see like in early childhood that like installation of fear kind of put into their subconscious. You just know that she's gonna be wrestling with that later when she's older, and it's quite a bummer. Yeah, absolutely. Damn.
Yeah. So anyway, it's just kind of been stuck with me because it's like, let's teach kids a difference between reality and fiction. Because if it was anything else, I'd be like, oh, silly, there's no Superman. Like if she said, I thought he was Superman, I'd be like, oh, no, that's a fictional character. There's, but in this situation, I felt that like it wasn't my place to try to correct her, but like, shouldn't it be like, I don't know. It just stuck with me, so I just want to share that. Thank you.
It is weird. It's not your place to kind of like get in there, but you feel that and you think about that for a while. I know exactly. I know what you're feeling. I know what you're going through. We have a thing too, where just like our kids will go to school, and I don't like share all of this like level of stuff with my kids. Like we don't open up Bible verses and go through and be like, see, God's evil. Like,
of course.
They know I don't believe, and they know that some people at their school do. And I just tell them like, don't make fun of kids that do. Just like, be cool and be like, you do, I don't. It's fine. Or if you do, I don't care. Like I'll let them kind of do their thing. But if you don't like indoctrinate them with it, like it sounds silly a little bit. They're just like, I don't think that's real. If you don't if you don't tell them it is, if you're just like, what do you think? They're like, no. So, anyways,
it's
thanks
really
for
confusing.
Thanks for sharing that with us, though. It's a fun story that turned into a bit of a bummer, but hey, religion does that,
And it's all good, We had, all laughs afterwards. It's just
She'll be fine.
That moment stuck with me, and I'm like, yeah, I know.
She'll come around.
Thank you. Keep
All right,
atheising.
Thanks. Yeah, do your atheisms. Thanks. Oh, yeah, people don't say it to me enough. I appreciate that. He said it different. He said, keep atheismizing. Keep atheismizing. Keep atheismizing. I wish I had heard that again. Keep atheisming. God, that's funny. Kyle, welcome back. You were here earlier, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, your audio kind of cutting out. I have a few more moments here. Did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah. I guess just what we were talking about earlier, I guess something kind of clicked and made sense, as well as just kind of looking up stuff that maybe like wiping out the Amalekites, right? You were saying, or the Canaanites?
Yeah, I mean, they did both of them, yeah.
Both of them, yeah. So I guess I kind of saw a point of view that might show how God was actually showing his like mercy, love, and patience by taking out, the Amalekites or Canaanites and not being like an evil God. So I guess in Genesis 15 to 16, or I guess more broader, Genesis 15, 12 to 21, it says that basically kind of like foretells how that land that, where God actually, took those lives, they were being afflicted, and, they were basically committing evil, adultery, incest, murdering, terrible, terrible things, like being very bad people for over 400 years. So, God could have took them out the first day, third day, whatever day, but he actually waited, let them commit evil for 400 years. So, and then after,
when we're in Genesis 15, the Amalekites don't exist yet.
Genesis 15. Yeah. So want to read it real quick?
Yeah. What the chapter is 15 verse 16. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Genesis 15, 12 to 21 is like the
12,
big
okay.
group of.
As the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and a deep and terrifying darkness descended upon him. Then the Lord said to Abram, know this for certain, that your offspring shall be aliens in a land that is not theirs, and shall be slaves there, and they shall be oppressed for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. So this is talking about the Israelites that when they come out with great possessions, that's the ones that are escaping Egypt, the slavery of Egypt. They took the gold from Egypt. This isn't about the Amalekites at all. As for yourself, you shall go to your ancestors in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age, and they shall come back here in the fourth generation, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. This is not about the Amalekites, though.
It's not about the Amalekites.
So what this is saying is like your descendants are going to go into slavery in Egypt, and they're going to be enslaved there for 400 years, and then I'm going to help them out, and they're going to leave with the Egyptian gold. So that all happens, and during that time, that 400 years, Abraham's grandchildren, or actually it's great grandchildren, one of them is named Amalek. So he's not even born yet when this is happening, but Amalek goes off and becomes the Amalekites in the story. None of this is true, but like in the story, that's what happens. And so the Amalekites don't exist yet. They're not in the land. They go out. There's no one there. So they go out into the land and they live there. And then later when the other Hebrews come out of Egypt, they kill the Amalekites. But that's even 400 more years later. So they come out and the Amalekites are there and they fight a little bit. And then 400 more years later is when they do the genocide on the children. But like, even if it was like God saying, and then this is going to happen, that doesn't make it like saying something terrible is going to happen. Makes it worse, right, Nick? Now there's intent. Yeah. Well, if I just like in the spur of a moment murdered somebody, I'm going to go to jail for that. But if they realize I premeditated this, I go to jail for longer because it's worse to do it that way. God premeditated this infanticide 800 years in advance. That's nuts.
Well,
now it's
because
even worse.
Here's the important part. Like on the flip side of that this is explanation for that. All those generations. Basically, they would have just followed their parents. These parents killing people, incest, right? That's all you've been around. That's obviously what you're going to do. So God, knowing that, he stopped it. He stopped it. He stopped that generation. And as well in the Bible, too, it says that, children, before, they know right from wrong, God will regenerate them. He will, acknowledge that they don't even know their left hand from their right yet. So how do they know evil from wrong? So, they'll go right to heaven, right? So God knows that. God knows kids don't know right from wrong. So he's actually trying to, after 400 years of just this patience of just not wiping them out, enough is enough, right? So I guess that's kind of what I came to.
So a couple of things with that. One is that it doesn't say anywhere that the Amalekites were like doing child sacrifice or any of the stuff you said. Like they might have been really good people for all we know. They might have been lovely. We have
Leviticus 18 says all the sins that those people were doing for 400 years.
Yeah, but sins mean not believing in God. So everything they might have been just like super charming
that's
people,
not true.
But yeah, it's a sin to not like they just don't.
If I go on a dirty website, is God going to consider that a sin?
Yeah, but they didn't have dirty websites. We don't know what they were doing. I'm going to grant you it, but I'm just saying.
Girl and said, "Ooh, she has a nice body." Obviously, that's lustful, right? So would God, in that sense, be like, "Okay,
why are
that's
you talking about this?" What I'm saying is, in the Bible,
I'm answering your question.
It's not a question. I'm telling you, in the Bible, you
said there wasn't websites back then, so I said if they looked at a girl and said, "Ooh, she has nice hips," that's equal to that.
Right. We don't know that they did that, though. It doesn't say they did that. That's all I'm saying.
Leviticus 18. Leviticus 18. I just said.
It says they were looking at hips.
No, Leviticus 18 was saying all the sins that they committed in that time.
Okay, let me see. Genesis, Leviticus 18. 18 what?
Ooh, let's see. Let me look.
Don't approach anyone
Not
to uncover their nakedness. Don't defile yourselves in these sexual ways. This is the Israelites that were doing this, not the Amalekites. He's talking about the Israelites.
Okay, gotcha. The Israelites. Okay.
So if it was the case that doing this means you can do, they deserve infanticide, then the Israelites should have been infanticided. It doesn't say anywhere that the Amalekites were doing that. I'm going to say they probably were because back then everyone was terrible, right? Like they probably were. It just doesn't say that. It's just not in the Bible. We don't know. There's no information about what the Amalekites' daily life was like because of they were genocided. So we just don't know. All their writings and stuff were probably burned. But more importantly, like let's just say they are bad and they are somehow irredeemable. And it gets to the point where, when First Samuel comes through and it's like, we got to wipe these people out. They're monsters. The babies are still innocent, right? So we're still killing innocent people, right?
Well, yeah, innocent people that would have followed their evil parents and
Right.
became evil.
We're pre-punishing them before they do any crimes. Now, if God is going to do that,
Before they end up in wrath of, like, you know, if you're going to follow the Bible with the one that you don't believe, they'll end up in hell. So God doesn't want that for them.
here's my suggestion to God. Does God, do you think, have the power to like make someone's womb barren?
What does barren mean?
Like they can't have babies?
Yeah, God
does.
God can do a lot more than me. I know that.
So that happens sometimes where like there's like people who are barren that he heals. He can like turn the uterus on and off, basically. So instead of sending all these toddlers to be chopped up with swords, just the generation before that, turn everyone's womb off. Flip the switch. They stop producing. That generation that's alive gets to like live their days out fucking and enjoying and doing all the terrible things that they do. They go to hell or whatever, but there are no babies. Done. There is no lineage. It's over. No one has to swing a sword through a toddler's neck and then go home and wipe toddler blood off of their clothes. Right? Like there's ways to do this that aren't humans doing genocide. But he chose.
So, like, you mean like
way.
stopping the evil? Like you're saying, like there's other ways to stop evil than genocide.
If it was the case, and I don't grant for sure that it was the case that they were terrible, they for sure weren't deserving of this. But if it was, God should do it. They sinned against God. He shouldn't send humans to do this. That's insane. Those Israelite soldiers have to go deal with PTSD because they just watched their friends and they helped bash babies' heads in.
Well, in God's eyes, hell is obviously worse than PTSD. So I can understand where you're coming from, but from God's perspective, you know, saving them from eternal damnation is more important than PTSD. But I get what you're saying.
Right. Just do neither. Right. Let's do it neither way. Do the thing that I said, where you just sterilize the generation before and they stop having children, so we don't have to cut. Like he just let them have children, so they had to be cut in half. It's God. There's other ways to do it than a sword.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have to do more research on the first point that I made because that's pretty important about the 400 years that God waited, you know, actually just trying to give them a chance. Like, hey, please just stop effing your family. Please stop murdering people. You know, he waited a long time.
So you're kind of on the right track. So that 400 years that you brought up is a different 400 years. That was a 400 years
the same thing.
No. So there's 400 years in the Bible. I mean, there's probably a bunch, but that 400 years is how long the Israelites were supposedly supposed to be in slavery in Egypt. It didn't end up being that long. They got the math was incorrect that God got there. His prediction was wrong. So that's fun. That's a fun God error. But then what it is after they get out, then they meet the Amalekites and they interact for the first time. 400 years after that is when the genocide happens. So they're, ancient ancestors. Like how far, like, your dad's name and your grandpa's name and maybe your great grandpa. Do you know your great grandpa's name?
No.
Okay. So you have dad, grandpa, great grandpa. You don't know up to the fourth. You don't even know their name. 16?
Yeah, I don't know my great-grandfather's name. I mean, great-great-grandfather's name.
All right, and so that's just your dad, grandpa, and then great-great. You don't even know number 3. Go back 16 grandpas.
Yeah.
And that's who first was, like, involved in this, like, fight. And then you're getting killed for it.
Well, I mean, in the Christianity point of view, obviously, I would be, being saved... if I was an infant, am I an infant right now in this hypothetical or not?
Yeah.
Well, I would be going to heaven if I was an infant. Yeah.
Sure.
Like I would be in paradise.
What's the age? What, like, you think like 13-year-olds though?
So you're asking for like a specific age in the Bible where it says, "Hey, this is the age where you can go to heaven if you don't know right from wrong."
Yeah, I mean it's around that, right? 13, 15.
I don't know if it's an exact 13 or 15, but I mean, let's say it was 7, right?
Yeah, then they kill everyone. So that means there's 8-year-olds that get chopped in half and go to hell.
Well, not hell. Oh, you should play in like 7 plus 1 is 8. Well, yeah, there's no actual number there. But either way, the main point is that infants,
whatever the age is,
the whole people who don't know right from wrong, right? People, because you and me can both attest that there are children that don't know right from wrong, and the children that were in that time, they didn't know right from wrong, and God regenerated them.
Yeah, that's why it's so unfair, because the Israelites have Moses, the Amalekites don't. So with Moses, there's or with the Israelites, we have God talking to our guy. He's telling us the rules. The Amalekites are just we don't know what to do. We think this is great. They're doing whatever they're doing. It doesn't say they're having incest. It doesn't say they're owning slaves. Some of them are enslaved, but it doesn't say they have slaves. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. We don't know. But even if they were, you can't just chop their kids in half. And if it's the case that even up until age 20, you're safe, that means that 21-year-olds got cut in half and sent to hell. That sucks. That's not fair. They weren't in charge. It's just none of it will ever make it okay, except that they just made it up. Then God's in the clear, and they're just bad people doing genocides. Doesn't make it okay. They're still doing bad genocide, but it makes God okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, right on, man. Right. What I would say to that is, God being all knowing, if he can foresee multiple generations committing a whole bunch of evil. I mean, let's go for the Hitler example too. I mean, God would be bad if he killed Hitler before he was Hitler, because why are you killing innocent people? And then God would be bad if he killed him after, because, why are you just killing people, right?
So, so just don't make Hitler be born.
God would be
right, yeah.
bad.
Well, no, just don't make Hitler be like a miscarriage.
Yeah, you can make well, I mean, that's kind of unfair, right? I mean, shoot, just killing infants, or not even an infant, killing someone who's not even born.
Before they're sentient or anything.
That's bad.
Yeah, does it say that in the Bible? Or do you just think that? I think that's okay.
I think in your, I mean, if I'm not assuming, but I think you might think, if God killed Hitler before, why are you killing an innocent baby? And then if God killed him after, then why are you murdering people? So either way, God's condemned, right?
Well, it depends. So if he is just taking babies to heaven, then that's not bad. That's great. He should totally do that. I think that would have been good, and not let Hitler live. Yeah. But then why are any bad people alive? Everyone should just be born in heaven. What are we doing here? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I guess he can, still give us, the free will thing. That's a completely different topic.
Not the babies, though. They don't get the free will. They just are forced to die and be in heaven. And that's fine. They still get to be in heaven. They enjoy heaven. They love God. God loves them.
Right.
Just do that to us. Why are we here? There's no point in being here now. He can just start us in heaven.
We gotta bring other people to heaven.
He could start everyone in heaven. We don't have to bring anyone there. We just live there.
I think God likes to make things interesting. He doesn't just want to create
genocide is interesting.
I love you, God.
Kyle, you just said genocide is interesting? Shut up, dude. No. No,
not interesting.
No, not okay. Make heaven interesting. Don't make earthly genocide.
You asked why are we... No, you asked why are we here? I said, right? You didn't say, hey, what is genocide interesting? I said it's interesting. You said, why are we here? I said God wants to make things interesting so that we can bring other people and help other people. That's all I meant.
Right. So here on earth, we do our best to bring people to heaven. Some of them go to heaven, some of them go to hell. He could just have everyone be in heaven instead. But because he needs to make things interesting, we have to endure genocide and all the other terrors of this world, rape, cancer, tornadoes, etc. And
he said life would be hard.
And some people go to hell. This is is not fair. Everyone should start in heaven. If babies can die and get a free pass to heaven, then there's no reason for us to be doing any of this. Make heaven interesting. Don't make hell. Don't make earth. Everyone gets to enjoy eternity with God. That's what he wants anyways. Just do that. However,
he wants it out of our own free love. He doesn't want to be like, God made us so we can just sit down on our knees and say, I love you all day.
Then he can't kill babies. Then he can't kill babies and take them to heaven then, because they are not doing that.
They're not doing what?
They're not freely choosing God. They're infants.
Because they don't know right from wrong yet, so they can't actually follow God. That's,
right.
It actually says to be like an infant, have faith like a child. It's tells us to actually be like children.
Let me ask you, so for the infants that get chopped in half under God's command and that they get to go to heaven,
so that they don't continue in their evil ways.
Well, their evil infant ways. Okay, yeah. So they're in heaven. They're reassembled, I assume, in heaven in some spiritual, unchopped form. And are they enjoying heaven as much as like you will, like living a full life and choosing God and being dedicated? Or are they like confused and unsure? Or does everyone enjoy heaven equally, you think?
I think God's presence is equal to everyone, so everyone will feel God's presence. Yeah.
So whether you go through all the free will and the choices or not doesn't make a difference to how good heaven is. It doesn't change your experience in heaven because God's there. It's perfect. It can't be better than perfect, right?
Yeah, heaven's perfect, 100%.
Yeah. Sure. So what that means is he should take everyone as an infant. Or even better, just have them born in heaven. Make our spirits start in heaven, right? Because with this whole earth plan,
well, that's what he planned.
Some people go to hell.
Some people do go to hell. Why do they go to hell, though?
Because he made them on earth. So that
what did they do on earth? What did they do on earth?
They made choices.
They weren't just born on earth and just went to hell. What do they do on earth?
Yeah, they made these choices to not believe in God, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So if they had been made in heaven, they would be born seeing God and they would believe in God and they could be in heaven.
Like Adam and Eve before the tree. Like that's kind of like referencing to that a little bit because that's how that's in this book that you don't really believe God intended earth. You know this, right? Like God intended
I'm saying no garden, no tree, just start us in heaven.
Just start us. That's what heaven. So in Genesis, the life that Adam and Eve were living is, zero sin, worshiping God 24/7. That is heaven, right? Obviously God's going to create a new earth. There's heaven and then the new earth, all that stuff, right? But intentionally, God wanted it to be heaven on earth. But, obviously then the whole free will thing. So I just want you to know, like, God, yes, God could have created us in heaven and we don't have to go through this life at all. We can just say, I love you, God, and, no zero sin at all, right?
Are we going to have free will in heaven?
Are we going to have free will in heaven? In the Bible, it talks about a new heaven and new earth and how, you said freedom or free will? Same thing.
Free will, yeah.
Yeah, so, I think it would be just so perfect. My honest answer, I think it would be so perfect being in God's presence with zero sin, death, sickness, sadness, anything. I think we'll be satisfied, and with free will or not. Yeah.
So we don't need to have free will.
In heaven, there's no point for free will anymore because, just going off of the book, we're redeemed with Christ. There's no more free will needed. We are with Christ.
And it's fine. Exactly. In fact, it's not just fine. It's better than earth. It's great, right? It's heaven. Fucking best. So
well, Jesus wants heaven to come like on earth right now too. So that will be great when that happens too. So it's great everywhere.
But in the meantime, some people are being damned to eternal hell. So what's happening? Yeah. So what that means is that God could have made it where there is no free will. We just live in heaven, having a party the whole time, enjoying everything. Or option B is some people get heaven and some people get hell. And he chose the one where some people get eternal torture instead of the option where everyone gets eternal bliss. Do you see how that's not good? Which would you choose?
I think I just kind of like I would choose I think
eternal bliss for every soul ever, or eternal bliss for some and hell for others. By the way, more people go to hell than heaven, according to the Bible. Right. So more people, eternal torture.
I think I can relate that to just it's a Tuesday morning and you kill someone, I think you're going to go to jail. So if you, disappoint, how do I say without being so straightforwardly? It's just, according to just God, if you don't follow him and you live in sin and you don't repent and you're sinning and you're doing all this stuff and you still won't turn away, God's going to give you over. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of giving them over to hell, take their free will and put them in heaven though.
So basically just kind of get your, question right. I think you're questioning like, why does hell even exist? Right.
So the whole point of this is that if the Amalekite babies get a free pass to heaven and they get to enjoy it the same way, then there are certain entailments of that. What that means is that for the rest of us, existence just got really weird because God put us in a position against our will. We didn't choose to be on earth. He put us in a position where we have to like make these choices to try to figure out how to get into heaven, right? Whereas with the babies, they got a free pass. Okay. So, and we don't know when the soul starts, but if you think every miscarriage goes to heaven, then there's like tons of infants and miscarried like fetuses in heaven. Yeah. Which is like, I don't know what that means. I don't think that fetuses have souls. I don't think anyone does. So I don't know. But if that's the case, then there's all these like zygotes in heaven, and they get to enjoy heaven. And most of us who grow up don't. Most people don't. The entailments of this are really weird, that God set it up where totally fine to just have a free pass and enjoy heaven. You don't have to do anything. You're good. But not you guys over there. You guys have to figure it out. And you didn't, go to hell. That's a bad God. That's an evil move. It's unfair. It's unjust.
What do you think God would want us to figure out? How to make it to heaven?
Why he's a lunatic? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense what God doesn't make sense in this. What God should be doing is making everyone just be born in heaven, if that's what he wants.
Yeah. So yeah, he what is God? God wants us to love him. That's what he wants more than just heaven.
So he should make us in heaven, and we love him in heaven. Yeah.
Well, we can love him on earth too, right?
Some of us do and some of us don't. If he had made us all in heaven, everyone would. So of the two choices, he could have everyone love him in his narcissistic way that he needs, or he could have some of us love him and some of us not. And then the people who are not get tortured for eternity. That's the method he chose.
Yeah. Tortured for eternity. I mean, I would just... Yeah. My brain's just going to all the historical evidence, I guess, of just actually looking at Jesus' life and stuff. But, I mean, just God being above, I mean, we can't make, I guess, not expectations or just qualifications for what evil and, good is. I mean, it's always situational. And I think that God knows more than us. So, I mean, he must have a better plan.
Yeah. So if it's a better plan that more people get tortured for eternity than the version of the plan where less people get tortured for eternity, then God's a monster. And there's I can't see a way out of that until you find a way out of that. Like you can say like, well, God knows and I don't. But until you know that answer, you're believing
why God made it possible for people to go to hell.
Yeah, there's two choices at least. There's a bunch of different universes he could have made. He made the one where some people get tortured for eternity. Most people get tortured for eternity, and some people get free tickets to heaven. And he could have made the universe where everyone gets free tickets to heaven. So until you know why he did that, until that's known, I would hold off on believing in this, because now this all good God is bad. And until we know how that's good, we should not believe in it, because it doesn't make sense that he's both all good and bad. That's a contradiction. It's impossible. So until we can make that good, eternal torture for most people somehow is good, then this God doesn't exist.
Right. I mean, I guess how do you compare to a human, sinning against God and going to hell compared to someone, unaliving someone and breaking the law and going to jail forever? Like, how would you differentiate that? Because in my mind, it's just at a bigger scale with God. I mean, at a lower scale, you're doing something wrong, and this is real life, you're going to jail. But on a bigger scale, you're doing something wrong in God's eyes, which eyes are bigger than ours, and then you're going to hell. So, I mean, how would you differentiate that? I mean,
eternity
there's
is
a point
a big
for
one.
justice needed, right?
Yeah, eternity
justice is needed, right?
Absolutely. Eternity is a big part of that, because there's nothing you could do in a limited lifetime there's no crime you could do that would deserve eternal, infinite punishment, especially the skin-ripping torture that hell is. Your skin's being ripped off.
Yeah, it's a bigger scale.
Yeah. So for not believing in God to get that isn't fair, obviously. With jail, if they did torture in jail, I would say shut down all the jails right away. If they were burning people, fucking shut that jail down right away. No, don't do it. I'm also against the death penalty. I think that we should only resort to jail for two things. It should be to rehabilitate, to help people realize that like it's more fun when you have more freedoms, so act right in society and give them a chance to like learn and get better and like be able to treat people in a way where they don't do that stuff anymore. Or if someone is like a Charles Manson monster where they just like are beyond fitting in our society and there is no rehabilitation, we just give them a place where they can live out their days safe, where we get to be safe from them, right? I think that's what like jail should be for. It's not a perfect system by any means, but it's better than eternal skin ripping torture.
Yeah, 100%. I get the differentiation between obviously God's scale and a jail and a state scale. I mean, I get that. Yeah, okay.
And they're appropriate, right? So like if you kill 2 people, you get more jail time than if you kill 1 person, right? If you like punch someone in the face, you might get 1 day in jail, but not eternity, right? For sure. And if you don't believe that like the judge is real, like if you go to court and you're like, I don't believe in you, judge, they're going to go, okay, well, you still have to do your jail time, but you don't get eternal jail time for not believing in the judge. I'm going to go to hell forever because I don't believe in God. I'm not a murderer. I'm not a thief. I'm nice to my family. I'm just kind in general. And I'm going to have my skin ripped off for eternity because I don't think that like the mythological character from an ancient book is real. That's not fair. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's someone, with, I guess just someone who wouldn't believe in God would say. That's all it really is.
Oh, you think I get to go to heaven?
I said, I mean, shoot, something bad happened today and you didn't put your faith in Jesus. That's pretty clearly stated in there. Yeah, correct?
Yeah. So I would go to hell, but I'm like, other than that, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
I have very limited incest. I've only done child sacrifice twice, and I was like really young. I don't like make idols that I worship. Like I'm pretty good in general. I've done far less genocides than Jesus was responsible for. So I mean, like just on this compared to the standard of goodness, I'm pretty solid. It's just like the one thing is I don't put my faith in Jesus, which is because I look at the book and I'm like, this guy's a monster. So like the reason I don't believe it is because I'm good, right? So God's going to say, I know you think you're being good, but that one thing, and you're right next to all of the worst people in history. You're next to Genghis Khan and you guys are getting your skin ripped off together. That's not fair. That's not just. That doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah. If you're going off of God's point of view of like just sin, if he punishes sin, that's what he does.
Equally,
then
all of them
Jesus
equally.
came in and took the sacrifice of all the sins, so that just we can believe that Jesus was a real person, like all of your atheist scholars, and we can know that he was on the cross and crucified, like your atheist scholars, and
right.
All these things are true, and it's just the one fact that this mythical event that happened. It's like, oh no, this can't happen, but we weren't there, and that's
a good point, Kyle. Now Genghis Khan and Hitler and Jeffrey Dahmer and Charles Manson and all the worst people, Ed Gein, like all the worst people in history who wear their mother's skin as a suit and danced around the house can go to heaven because Jesus died. So they all get to go to heaven if they believe in Jesus. But even though I don't wear my mother's skin suit, I go to hell. Right. And so like it really doesn't, it's not about good or bad or anything. It's really only belief.
Faith
now.
in Jesus.
Yeah. So it's not just, it's very like intentionally unjust, right? They're making it now where it's like good and bad people get to go to heaven. Doesn't really matter. Just believe. And then and hell is reserved for just one crime, which is, I don't think this good God who tortures people is real. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Right. Yeah. So anyways, we're kind of going in circles about it. And I should probably head out, but you've given me a lot to think about, Kyle.
Really? Thank you, man. Peace out.
All right. All right, everyone. I tell you what, this has been a lovely live. I should probably get going. I have to do a few things today. It's a very happy day here in the household, in the Mezzo house. We're celebrating good things. We're feeling a lot better. We have. Oh, hey, what's that one? That's interesting. We have some things coming up that are going to make November very tough, but Joel hopefully will be found by then. Cheesy, did you have one quick atheisms you wanted to say?
Yeah, good morning, Mezzo. Good morning, chat. Just wanted to give y'all a sobriety update. I'm 45 days sober. Not sure if you remember our conversation a month ago.
Fuck yeah. Love that.
Going strong.
I love that.
Yeah.
So you were doing
you need an imaginary God.
You were doing black tar heroin
to get
before,
better.
is that right?
Yeah, all the bad stuff.
No, congratulations. That's amazing. That's fantastic. We have a little bit of a delay, but big W's for Cheesy and chat. I appreciate that. Thanks for telling us, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yeah, you don't need
hang in there.
God. You don't need an imaginary friend in the sky to get better.
Keep doing your sobrieties and keep doing your atheisms, and check back in with us next week, maybe. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, Cheesy. Yep. A little bit of a delay there, but a good thing to end on. I love it. Take care, everyone. Have a beautiful, beautiful Sunday. I'll be back Wednesday. We are out of here. Take care, everyone.
You take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland for ya, where me and my true love will never
Joel?
meet again.
Joel,
On the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
I never got to say that I missed you.
I miss you too. Even though
you got my message about how Mezzo's Joel's wet box was that's all cleared up now, right?
we don't have to talk about that right now. I mean, it's I was going to wait till.
How's your trip?
I was going to wait till I get back to talk about business, but yeah, it's still on vacay, so I don't think we need to, talk about the contract or anything like that right now. No, it's going great. I've taken the high road, you've taken the low road, and I'm in Scotland for you.
We're all so interested in how your trip without me is going. Yeah.
You know what? And geez, man, if only it would have made sense for both of us to be on the same trip together.